2025. Thank you for coming today. I hope you still enjoy the session and all the activities we have today.
Now, together with us, we will have our speaker here. But let me
Open these today's sessions. It's about program planning and workshops. We have two speakers for this morning sessions. First is Miss Natasha Sai, and also the second one is Dr. Putri Eanor. For the first speaker, we have Miss Natasha Sai, who are joining the Sing Health Duke NUS Global Health in 2023. Ms. Natasha is an early career global health advocate who are focusing now on global health policy and educations. She is originally global health graduates because she graduated from Bachelor of Science York University, and then now she is currently pursuing her master degree also in global health policy at London School of Hygiene and Tropical Medicines during also her work at SDHI. I think you will enjoy these today's sessions in this morning because now she's also a host for Global Health Voice podcast of SDGHI. So I think this session will be so interesting and very joyful. Today's session, Ms. Natasha will talk about health promotion models, and which is very important for us to learn about how can we promote health. There are several models that we can apply based on the community that related and most suitable one. I think that's the introduction for our speaker today. And now, please welcome our first speaker of this today's session, Ms. Natasha Sai. Please big applause. Please, Natasha, you can start. Apologize. I think we cannot hear you. We still cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you, Natasha. Can you hear us? But we cannot hear you. Can you say something? Maybe you can try to reconnect again. Please log out and try to reconnect. Natasha, we cannot hear you. Oh, you said the audio function is not working in the room in Medan. For the participant online, can you hear?
Okay, Natasha.
Yeah, we can start without them. They can listen to the recording. Just joking.
Okay, now we can hear you. You can start anytime. Please, time is yours.
Okay. Hi, Pretty. All good now? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Just checking. Okay, excellent.
Yes.
Awesome. Great. Thank you so much. All right. So I was saying, good morning to everybody, and thank you so much for having me and the kind introduction that you um, did for me, Budi. And so I was very sorry that I cannot be there in Medan in person, and I would have loved to be there, but unfortunately my schedule did not allow it. But thank you so much to our Zoom participants as well for joining us online, and for everybody who's in the room. I can't see you, but I trust and I hope that you will engage with me in today's lecture on health promotion models. So I'm gonna start by putting up this poll EV slide. So if you have your devices and phones on you, please help me join my poll EV. And I'll give everybody just maybe 30 seconds to log in, and then you can put on your screen name into the display and demo. So I've checked that this should be working already. So let's just give it some time. I'll just give everybody some time, and I'll put up the first question in a short while.
Can anyone join?
And once you join, you should be able to see the first question, which is this question here. Oh, we've already got our first few answers, and everyone has answered Indonesian food, which is rightfully so, since I'm sure most people participating are Indonesian or are based in Indonesia, but we've got some selecting Singaporean food. Interesting.
I love laksa.
Is it laksa? Well, is laksa Singaporean?
Singaporean laksa they call it here.
Singaporean laksa. So a fun fact is that Singaporean food and Malaysian food are quite similar, but they have some differences among them. Let me give it a couple more seconds. Most people are still selecting Indonesian food, which is understandable. I do love my soto ayam. It's one of my favorite Indonesian foods. Okay, so I'll just move on first. If people are still joining my poll EV, the QR code will be featured at the top here, so you can still join. And in the later questions also, you should be able to see the QR code. But I'll move on for now. So why I posed this question to everybody to start with is because Malaysia and Singapore were once a united country, but there is quite a discrepancy in our food, but not because of the type of food, but more so what goes into the food. And many Singaporeans actually travel to Malaysia on a weekly basis, especially over the weekends. And I've been part of the crowds going into Johor Bahru from Singapore on the weekends. And many people like to go there to eat. And there are lots of vloggers, lots of influencers that love to go to Malaysia to try all the food, to travel about an hour by public transport or an hour by car. And this is usually what the traffic will look like on the weekend. So it's very, very popular. But why is it so popular? It's because Malaysia food, and this is also coming from myself, who is a Malaysian, by the way. I grew up in Kuala Lumpur, but now I live and work in Singapore. And every time I go home back to Kuala Lumpur, I eat the food and I feel like it's very salty. And my parents like to say to me, like, oh, your palate has become very Singaporean. You're not used to Malaysian food anymore. And I agree with them because in Singapore, the government has made a huge effort to try to change the behaviors of their population and has undergone the task of behavior change. And that's very difficult, especially if you have a population who's used to eating very salty food. You know, we love our laksa, we love our char kway teow, we love our nasi lemak as well. I love my nasi lemak, and I haven't found many good nasi lemaks in Singapore that can compare to Malaysia. But many of the food items that you can buy here at our hawker centers actually have healthier choice labels. And these are the ones at the bottom left of this point over here. And these healthier choice labels actually tell you if the product that you're buying, so if the plate of food that you're buying is lower in sugar, lower in sodium, lower in saturated fat, etc., etc. And now there's also one that I just saw yesterday for fried chicken that says that it was fried in a healthier oil, or whatever that means, right? So this is Singapore's major effort to use this big health promotion program, which is called Healthier SG, to actually change the habits and the lifestyle of their population and to mitigate the effects and the incidence of non-communicable diseases in the future. And because Singapore has an aging population, there's very high prevalence of non-communicable disease as well. So I want you to imagine this scenario now, that you know somebody who has high levels of LDL, which is what we know as bad cholesterol, and is at risk of coronary artery disease, which is basically clotting in your coronary arteries near your heart, right? And the doctor has said that a dietary change is required of this patient, of this person that you know, and that this person needs to restrict certain foods that they love. So I want you to choose which option you think would best suit your scenario. So you might already know somebody who has high levels of LDL, and for me, it's my dad. My dad has very high levels of LDL, and he's on medication for it. But the doctor has told him multiple times, over and over again, that you need to change your diet. You need to avoid foods that are high in fat content. Eat less red meat. Eat more white meat. Eat more fish. And choose a Mediterranean diet. So if this was you, and I'm seeing some answers come up already, and so far 60% of the room, or about 50 actually, says that it will be very difficult to convince them, but eventually I could convince them. And then the room is split between feeling like you can easily convince them to change their diet and feeling like you would not be able to convince them to change their diet. So but the majority of us still think that it's going to be very difficult to convince them, but eventually you could convince them. And this will also be my answer. But fortunately for my dad, I didn't have to do too much convincing, and that was something that he decided for himself, that he's going to do and implement some changes in his behavior to reduce his risk of coronary artery disease, right? And if we had more time, I would be curious to know what would make people think that you can easily convince that person that you know to change their diet, but we don't have time to do that today. So some of the questions that we seek on answering in today's lecture is really, what are the factors that influence an individual's health promoting behavior? And the other alternate question that we can also understand is, what if influences the health harming behavior? So what might influence them to choose a behavior that actually is harmful to their health versus something that is helpful and beneficial for their health? And we'll use 3 promotion models, so health promotion models, which is called, the first one is the health belief model, second one is the stages of change model, and thirdly is the social cognitive theory. And then we'll see if we have time for the test, but there are activities integrated along the way, so please keep your poll EVs on standby. And at the end of this class, you should be able to identify the key concepts and constructs of the health belief model, the stages of change, which is also called the trans-theoretical model, and the social cognitive theory. And then we'll use some case studies and some real-life examples of health promotion and how each of these models apply. And also, you should be able to suggest some potential change strategies within each model. So what exactly are health promotion models? These are actually frameworks that will help us understand health behavior and guide interventions for improving health and well-being. And many of these are used to understand individual health behavior, but can also be used for population health and to build programs, for example, like the Healthier SG program. And some combination of these can be used to understand what the population actually needs to change their health behaviors. So the first model was developed by the US Public Health Service, and it's one of the most widely used models. And I'll show everybody why later it's one of the most used, and because it can be applied to many health situations. Secondly, we have the stages of change model, and this one is actually one of my personal favorites because it depicts like behavior change within a cycle, and it's quite interesting. So we'll show you that shortly. And the third one is social cognitive theory, which has a history from social experiments by Albert Bandura, which emphasizes on social influence and social reinforcement as key aspects of behavior. And there are other health promotion models that we don't have time to discuss, but the first one is this. And so we'll start here on the left, this column. which are the determinants of that impact behavior. So our ultimate end goal is the likelihood of action. So the likelihood of action that somebody will take to change. Okay. And some of these affecting factors are demographic characteristics, including somebody's age, gender, ethnicity, or your genetic composition and predisposition. And others are the more psychosocial and sociological characteristics, such as your personality, your social support, and your social network, and for example, peer influence as well, and other social determinants of health. And the core of this model is actually this middle section here. And these are made up of these 4 components, which I've highlighted for you in blue. They're in the blue boxes. And these are perceived susceptibility, perceived severity, perceived benefit, and perceived barriers. Now, I hope these words aren't too difficult to kind of grasp, but I'll show you an example later. And one example that we can actually use to understand it is the likelihood of somebody, for example, wearing a seat belt in the car, in the passenger seat of a car. And we can say that, okay, the likelihood of action is affected by these 4 factors, and also their motivation to be able to do this thing. So what's the likelihood of somebody wearing a seatbelt in the car is what they perceive to be susceptible to threats. So for example, if I believe that I will not get into a car crash, I might not need to wear a seatbelt. And believing that I might not get into a car crash actually is about the perceived susceptibility. And perceived severity is, if I get into a car crash, it won't be that bad. So I'm thinking that, the severity of the threat to myself and the injury or harm that I might do to myself is not that high, so I'm less likely to actually act and put on a seatbelt. So this is the perceived threat. These 2 that I've just described to you are the perceived threat. The perceived value of this action, so the value of wearing a seatbelt, perceived benefits for me is, if I wear a seatbelt, I will protect myself from getting hurt in the event that there is a car crash. And I can also perceive that as, I will save my life. I will not have to go to the hospital. I will not have to undergo surgery. Right? So these are the perceived benefits that I might keep in mind when deciding whether or not to take this action. And then perceived barriers are, I don't have time to put on my seatbelt. So I'm rushing to go somewhere. I don't have time to put on my seatbelt, even though that's not very likely because there's a lot of traffic jam in Malaysia and Singapore, and there's plenty of time to put on your seatbelt. But this is just an example of one of the perceived barriers. The other influences that are not part of the core of this model, but have recently been added into this model, are self-efficacy. And self-efficacy is about confidence. So believing that you can easily do this action. So if I have the self-efficacy and the belief in myself that I can do this action, it's very easy for me to put on my seatbelt. So I will do it. So I have a high level of self-efficacy. And then cues to action might be something like my dad telling me, you should wear your seatbelt. That's a cue for me to do that action. And it's possible that I can do this action without any of the perceived threats or perceived values, and I might just do this action based on that cue that somebody else gives to me. Okay? So as I explained earlier, these are a breakdown of basically what the constructs entail. And susceptibility, again, is about the beliefs of the chances of getting a health condition. So either being harmed by something. Perceived severity is about the seriousness of a condition and its consequences, like I said, with going to the hospital or not having to go surgery. Benefits, about the effectiveness of taking action to reduce risk. Barriers, about the cost, of material or psychological costs. And then confidence, as I mentioned, and cues to action, which is factors that affect your readiness to change or to take on the action. And the key takeaway point from this health belief model that I want you to remember is just these 3 words: your belief affects your behaviors, right? And keeping this in mind can actually pretty much help you understand the fundamentals of the health belief model already. So we'll move on to this case. Okay, and I'll just give everybody 10 seconds to just read this case while I drink my water. Joe is a 65-year-old male who has been infected with severe influenza A virus, and he has been hospitalized already. Okay, his sister tells him that you need to get a flu shot vaccination from the community clinic so that you do not get hospitalized again. Okay, and Joe believes, and so he says to his sister, as we say in Singapore and Malaysia, the flu shot won't help me lah. I don't need to take it. It's not that bad. Okay, so this is Joe's attitude towards his sister's attempt at a cue to action. She's trying to cue him to go to the community clinic after he's recovered and to get a vaccination shot. Okay, and he also thinks that he cannot go to the clinic because I don't have time. I need to fix my motorbike. It's broken. My lights are not working. I cannot turn on my engine. He's saying all these things. Okay. And that he also believes that he won't get influenza A, since he's already been infected once. Okay? So, reading through this scenario, I want you to pick out some of the things in here that reflect the health belief model. And what this case is already telling us is that Joe has certain beliefs about whether or not he's going to get influenza again and whether or not getting the flu shot from the community clinic is worth it. Right? And what we're talking about today is not whether he should get the community shot or not. It's actually what he thinks about getting the community shot. It's what he believes about getting the community shot and how that will affect his behavior. Okay, and this is the first question for this case. Okay, what he says is that getting the flu shot won't help me lah, right? So what is this an example of? He says that it's not going to help me. It's not going to benefit me. It's not going to be useful. I don't need it. I won't. Yeah, he says it won't help him. So what this is an example of? I'll give everybody some time to answer. If you don't know the answer, it's okay. Don't worry. You can just select anything. You have a 25% chance. 1 out of 4. And we've got a couple of answers coming in. Just a few here. Answers. I think there's about 13 people who joined this poll EV. 8. Okay, so we'll move on here. And yes, this is about the perceived benefits and perceived barriers. Okay, so none of you selected susceptibility or severity. And you can see it as this. Let's see what the correct answer is. It is perceived benefits. That is correct. So, like I hinted before, he doesn't see a benefit to getting the flu shot. Okay. So now Joe thinks that he won't get infected again, since he has already been infected once before. So he says that I'm not going to get it again. Oops, this is responses. Okay. Okay, most people are coming in. So like I said, self-efficacy is about your confidence in taking the action. Cues to action is somebody telling you or some other external factor cueing you to take that action. Perceived barriers and perceived susceptibility. And everyone has gotten this one correct. Yeah, so it is perceived susceptibility. That I don't think I'm susceptible, or it can also be defined as vulnerability, right? So I don't believe I'm vulnerable to actually getting influenza A again. Okay, and last question for this case is that Joe says that he can't go to the clinic because he needs to fix his motorbike. This is an example of, and what the instructions. The responses. Joe says that he can't go to the clinic because he needs to fix his motorbike. So it says that I don't have time, I can't go, I don't want to go. I have other things to do, I'm too busy. I can't access the clinic, it's too far away. There's nobody to send me. So these are all examples of. Okay, so we've got a number of answers coming in that most people think is perceived barriers and some believe it's self-efficacy. Okay. The correct answer is perceived barriers, but I can also understand why people would select self-efficacy, because it might actually reflect his confidence in being able to go to the clinic. But for the purpose of this example, the correct answer is perceived barriers. Right, so these are some change strategies within the health belief model that we can actually use to try to influence people's behaviors. And these are, to address each of these, to address the first one, you could provide accurate information around one's level of harm by health condition. And then you could specify what could happen as a consequence of the condition. So for example, going back to the seatbelt example, right? Somebody could tell me that, no, there is a very high chance of you getting into a car crash and you should wear your seatbelt, right? So that something like that can actually influence that and change my susceptibility and my perceived view on whether or not I'm susceptible. And then the severity, again, specify what can happen as a consequence of that condition and the outcomes that are possible. And then the perceived benefit can be impacted by exploring positive outcomes of taking action and also reducing your perceived barriers. So correcting misinformation, addressing barriers to access, offering reassurance. Somebody could tell me like, oh, it'll just take you like 3 seconds to put on your seatbelt. It's very easy to do, right? And if you're teaching a child, for example, you can also be using all of these things. Okay. And then building confidence through gradual progression, reinforcing positive thinking behavior, and cues to action. You can cue somebody by how to or use reminder systems. Okay, in the interest of time, we don't have time to go over this, but we'll move on to the stages of change model. Okay, and these stages of change are also called the cycle of change. And it is a basically cyclical process of which anybody can fall in and out of at any point of time. So it's not necessarily linear or chronological, but it goes in a cycle, and this cycle can repeat multiple times until somebody completes that change, and that change is permanent, or they until they terminate this cycle. But the termination stage of the cycle is not heavily emphasized as part of the model, but is something to consider. And the major example that is used within this model is actually about smoking. And smoking is one of the key examples that we're thinking about when we're thinking about these stages of change, but it can also be used to any other addiction behaviors. Okay, so the first stage of this starts from the 12 o'clock mark, and it's about pre-contemplation. And this is basically before everything, that you're in a stage of, okay, I'm not even thinking that I need to change, I don't need to change, you're not even really contemplating about it. And then you move on to the next stage, which is contemplation. And it's at this stage that you're maybe considering that maybe I actually should change. Maybe this behavior is not good for me. Maybe I should consider listening to what people are telling me. Maybe I should stop this behavior. Maybe this behavior is not doing anything good for me, right? That's the contemplation stage. And the contemplation stage leads into the preparation stage, which is where a person is preparing or has already decided that, okay, actually, I will try, I will make some sort of change, and here's what I will do. This is what I'm going to think about. I'm going to talk to this person because I want to know more about how I can change. I'm going to do this. Okay? And action is when you're actively working on making this change happen. So you might be talking to a therapist about how to break out of that addictive cycle. And you might be accountable to your friends or your peers for this change, saying that actually I really want to do this, and can you please help me? Like, can you please remind me of this, of that, and please keep me accountable. And your maintenance is when you're already actively working on that change and you're preventing relapse. So you're actively going through that process. Perhaps you're already breaking out of that addiction cycle, and that you're attempting to stop smoking, for example, attempting to stop smoking, attempting to to adopt more healthy behaviors. But then you can sometimes fall into a stage of relapse, which is when you decide that, okay, I can't maintain this change, it's too difficult for me. And that you decide to, okay, I need to fall back into my old behavior, or you just fall back into your old behavior, not by choice perhaps, but by being part of this cycle. Okay, and falling out of this cycle, if you're able to actually graduate and terminate and reach a stage of permanent change, that's called termination, and that's you're confident that you will not relapse. I know my change is permanent. But this stage is rare and it's actually not part of most health promotion programs. But I thought it's important to include because for some people it can also give them a sense of confidence that that their change is actually complete and final. But there's also it's also bidirectional. You could also fall back into the cycle anytime. Okay, so it's also known as an upward spiral of positive change that things, even though you relapse once, you actually still have made more progress than you were at than when you first were at the very first stage of that cycle or the first cycle. And each cycle makes more and more progress to the ultimate goal of the change that you actually want to see. Okay, so like I mentioned before, this is a breakdown of all the stages that are part of this model. And the key here again is that behavior change is a process. It's a journey. It's not a final event or final destination, but it's a cycle. It's a cycle. It's a cycle that you go through, that you grow through, and it's a process of change, not just a pure outcome of change. Okay, so we're gonna look into Ted's scenario, and he's a 35-year-old male, and I give you guys some time again to read this case. All right. So, Ted knows that smoking cigarettes. Actually, I should probably read the case for everybody first, just in case. Spend a bit more time on this. So, Ted is a 35-year-old male whose father and grandfather both passed away from lung cancer. And Ted himself smokes 2 packs of cigarettes a day, but he knows that it is bad for him, and he thinks about quitting. He doubts himself and does not think that he will be able to quit. A family friend introduces him to a health promotion program for smoking cessation, and he finally decides to join and is able to stop smoking for 1 week. However, life stresses cause him to relapse into smoking daily again, and he wants to give up trying to quit. Okay, and the first question for this case is that Ted knows that smoking cigarettes every day is unhealthy for him, and he thinks about quitting smoking. And this is an example of one of the following. Is it the pre-contemplation stage, where he hasn't decided yet and he's still thinking about it, he's not sure whether he wants to change, or he's at a stage where he's not even thinking about change, or whether he's already taking steps towards change, or he's relapsed into the cycle. Which one do you guys think that it is? And the keyword here is he's thinking about quitting smoking. So he is already thinking about the action itself, but maybe he hasn't taken the action yet. Okay, so let's see everyone's responses. All right. So most people selected contemplation, right? And that is correct. Contemplation is the correct answer. And the difference between pre-contemplation and contemplation again is that pre-contemplation you're not even thinking about changing. So in this stage, if Ted was in this stage, then he would just be just actively smoking every day, happy with his 2 packets of cigarettes, not thinking about quitting at all. But the action that that we want from him here is quitting smoking, right? And him thinking about quitting smoking is the contemplation stage. All right. So this question is has a little bit of connection to the first the first health belief model that we were discussing earlier. Okay, that's a hint for you. And the question is, when Ted doubts his own ability to quit smoking and does not think that he will be able to stop. So he's saying that I've been smoking every day for the past 10 to 20 years of my life. How am I going to stop smoking? It's going to be so hard for me. I don't think I can stop. Do I really even need to try? I don't know if I can do it. I'm not sure. I'm not confident in my ability to do it. He's very unsure about himself. Okay, most people here have selected self-efficacy, and a couple have selected action. Okay, the correct answer is indeed self-efficacy, and it is indeed about somebody's confidence on actually making that change. And that action, the action itself, if you recall from the case, is that the action itself is quitting smoking. So taking actions to slowly make progress towards quitting smoking. And he's still in the stage he's doubting himself, so he's not sure, right, if he can do it. And that's about self-efficacy. Okay. So when Ted attends the health promotion program, maybe I'll just go to instructions so you guys are not influenced by each other's answers. When he attends the health promotion program for the first time, Ted can be described as being in a stage of. So at this stage, when he attends for the first time, he's likely still, maybe his first day, right? His very first day, it was only yesterday that he was like, okay, as of tomorrow, I will try to stop smoking. As of tomorrow, I'm going to go to the health smoking cessation program. Going to go to that workshop, talk to other people, and understand more about how I can actually quit. And this stage is described as, and his attending that first program is, majority of people have selected action, which is good. Yes, that is actually the correct answer. So it is in fact action, and it's not preparation. And sorry if I can. Oh, sorry. Did I select? Let me think. Okay, well, I guess this is a trick question even for myself. But I actually thought the correct answer was action also, but it seems that I selected preparation here. But I actually think that it is action. Maybe it's a little bit of both. Maybe he's in between the cycles. I don't think that preparation is wrong. I don't think that action is wrong either. So I'll say that everybody who selected preparation and action are actually correct. Okay, so well done. Okay. So yes, okay, so we're doing a quick recap again of the health belief model. And then we applied the health belief model to Ted's story. The example of Ted's friends introducing him to smoking cessation can also be interpreted as being one of the following. So if you remember what I said about the health belief model, is that it can be used for many other health situations, health conditions, anything that requires you to make some sort of behavior change to select something that's better for you, can be applied to most cases. So using the health belief model to Ted's story, Ted's friend is actually introducing him to the program, right? And what is this an example of? It's some external influence, something that is actually cueing him to make a change. And we'll see what everybody responded. And most people selected cue to action, which is correct. And cue to action is correct because Ted's friend is saying that, like, hey, Ted, I know you were thinking about it. So I know you were thinking about making this change. Let me recommend this program to you. And he's saying, and that actually cues Ted to action. And Ted's friend could even be saying that, you know what, I will go to this program for smoking cessation with you because I believe that you can change. And that's a cue to action for Ted. Okay, so here's a couple of things about potential strategies for change. And you guys can read this because you will have the slides later on. And we'll move on to our last model because I think I'm running out of time, even though I'm at 37 minutes for my presentation. And this last model is actually not a model, but it is a theory called social cognitive theory. And this social cognitive theory exists in a triangle of personal, cognitive factors, environmental factors, and behavioral factors. And this model basically emphasizes the concept of reciprocal determinism. And I know this is a bit of a big word, but basically it basically explains and suggests that change is possible when there is an environment and there is influence of personal factors and behavioral factors that determine whether the action is performed. And it's basically a multi-directional relationship between all of these. And that's what we mean by the reciprocal determinism. Okay? And basically emphasizes that you cannot have change without all three of these together in combination. You cannot have change with just behavioral and environmental factors. You must also have cognitive factors, personal factors, and vice versa. So you must have all three. And all three interacting together is what will actually determine whether the action and change occurs. Okay? So this is the there's an extra slide there, sorry. So this is the mnemonic that you can use to help understand what each of these entail. And these are part of the reciprocal determinism is the dynamic interaction of all three. Okay, and another construct is observation. So basically, acquiring our behavior from watching the actions of others. And interestingly, this social cognitive theory started off as a social experiment done on children, and in the context in which it was done was about basically dolls put in a room, and about children, whether children will actually beat those dolls based on whether or not they see another adult beating those dolls. So it's about the observational learning and behavior that occurs within this environment of reciprocal determinism, and also whether that influences the behavioral capability of a person or an individual, and also what the expectations are of that behavior, and the reinforcement of that behavior, so responses that increase a person's propensity or likelihood of recurring behavior. I think that is a... Okay, presentation time's out. Yeah, I think there's 2 minutes left. So let me just wrap this up. Okay, we won't have time for this, but I'll just quickly go over to Rosie's example and I'll explain to you rather than have you answer the questions. Okay? So Rosie's example is basically about ultra-processed foods. And Rosie is an example of somebody who actually attends a community workshop and learns to read the nutrition labels. And she learns how to choose products lower in sugar, salt, and unhealthy fats. And she's motivated by peers at her workshop to join a group challenge to share one healthier food swap each month. And she models these changes at home, encouraging her family and her kids to read food labels before they purchase certain foods. And they also encourage her progress towards making healthier choices. And this is an example that adopts social cognitive theory because it basically discusses a social environment in which Rosie is able to initiate the process of healthier choices in her food purchasing and in her cooking because she's attended a community workshop and she's being influenced by a community environment and social structures that encourage her to choose healthier options. And you could actually say that this is an example also of something that's used in Singapore's health promotion program, Healthier SG, where the government tries to create a culture and a social environment that involves environmental factors, personal cognitive factors, and also behavioral factors to actually influence healthier habits for the population. Okay, so this is just a quick example of that, and we won't have time to go through all of this. But just wrapping up, and for you to reflect, you don't have to answer this question in the chat or anything, but just reflect maybe which of these models might be most relevant to your practice in global or local health, and which of these might be relevant to maybe your interactions with one of your patients or your family members. And the key takeaway for you here is that there are many models and frameworks to choose from, and each one is special because they have to explain things in a different way. But it's also an important reminder that health promotion and behavior change is more than just individual choice. It is also about the health systems and the communities and the social framework of society that actually encourages a culture of health promotion. And no matter which model you choose, you should keep in mind that your program or intervention needs to be holistic, needs to be inclusive, and centered around the principles of health equity. So that basically wraps up my presentation for today, and thank you very much for listening. If you have any questions for me, please feel free to drop me an email after this or follow me on LinkedIn. Happy to connect with you. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Natasha, for your very interesting presentations. We learned a lot from you. Now we already understand why we cannot survive our plan when we want to try to decrease our body weight and our planning to have a healthier life.
Actually, this normal human being has
cycles and many things we are
learned from your previous presentations.
now we
Open the session for Q&A.
Is there
Anyone from the room want to
questions?
or anyone from the Zoom chat?
Online
Participant want to ask questions? Yes, please. We have participant from Public Health Laboratory of Nusantara want to ask questions.
Hello.
Thank you for your presentation. Maybe a little bit social media, help promotion in social media. We know it can be helpful for promotion, but sometimes it can be challenged in developing country and low literacy rate. Because so many misinformation or hoax about health program, and it can be impact to belief to the health workers. So maybe you have opinion or experience about the challenge of the social media in health promotion. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let me repeat the questions. Regarding the social media, how do you see social media? As we know that social media brings so much information and affect belief. However, somehow the information was delivered from social media, somehow some correct, some incorrect, and somehow some information also there. So how do you see this phenomena, or how usually Singaporean or maybe your practice to resolve this?
Thank you for the question. And it's a very, very good and relevant question, really. I do think that it's a huge problem these days with the level of misinformation that exists on social media. And like was alluded to, it's a challenge for healthcare workers. And it's also a challenge for the health system more broadly. In Singapore, there is quite a high literacy rate, and the government has also put in a lot of programs in community centers, especially among our senior population, to try to change and influence the perhaps stereotypes and also superstitions that many of our seniors and elderly population might have. And perhaps it's not the elderly population that is so much affected by social media, but it can also be affected by all these like WhatsApp messages that become viral, or say that you should share this WhatsApp message with your family because your family is at risk, and it's a lot of fear mongering as well that happens as a result of this misinformation. So I think it's important, again, for there to be a health systems approach in addressing the potential and also problems that social media brings, and it has to be more of a whole of society approach. So for our side, we can be also as simple as double checking and verifying, fact checking your information, making sure that this information is actually true before you go and share it with somebody. And since most of us here are part of the health system in some way or another, it's necessary for us to remind our family members to also do that, especially those who may not have a very high health literacy rates. But from personal experience, I know that it can be very difficult to convince family members as well, especially because social media is filled with very high stakes emotion. So and it caters to the emotions of the people that are consuming that social media. So it's not an easy thing to handle, and I can't say that I have the perfect answer for it, but I do think that a whole of society approach is necessary to address the problems and also to harness the potential of social media to spread more helpful and beneficial messaging about how to actually make healthier choices.
All right, thank you. I hope that's answer your questions. Is there anyone from the room again want to ask questions? Maybe our participant from the back. Is there anyone from the floor want to raise questions? Yes, please. This is a participant from Malaysia. Please.
Hi, good morning, Dr. Tai. I would like to ask regarding health promotion, how to make the good health behavior sustainable. For example, like me working in the dengue team, for example, in engaging community for dengue prevention, we had launched the campaign for destroying the breeding site for centuries. But yet still people still throwing rubbish and collect waters and we even form volunteer group to promote dengue prevention activity in the community, but still it seems that the efforts is in vain because dengue cases keep on rising and the breeding site of the Aedes mosquito is well preserved in the community. So what are the approaches that we can take to improve the health promotion in this area? Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you for your question. And yes, dengue is an especially challenging problem in Malaysia, in many parts of Malaysia, and there's also a lot of rural communities that are affected by it. In Singapore, it's not so prevalent, and typically the communities are more concentrated and dense, so it's actually easier for the government to implement. And I've had people come to my flat here in Singapore actually looking for overturned water sources, and I assume that might be similar to some of the work that the volunteers there are doing. But sustainability on a community level is challenging also, because sometimes in health promotion there's an over-reliance on the individual to sustain the change. But I would argue that sustainability for health promotion needs to happen as part of the environment also. The environment itself needs to become conducive for people to actually adopt those behaviors. So if the population is not incentivized to actually dispose of their trash properly, or maybe they have to walk very far to throw trash, or maybe they are compiling all their trash, or maybe they don't have access to certain things, then it might be very challenging for them to continue to sustain that behavior. So I think it's about working together with the community to also understand their needs and what will actually make it easier for them to adopt those behaviors. Because in health promotion, it can be very easy to assume that you can actually give them like a one-size-fits-all answer. Like, if you just do this, then you will avoid this. So if you just do this action, then you will save yourself from dengue, right? But from a community level, it's not that easy. So I think a participatory approach and engaging more with the community to work together with them on what they actually need, what are the resources that they need to sustain this, and also, of course, there will be the level of education and raising awareness within the community itself. But I think that's a really important first step to know that it's not just coming from professionals who seem to know everything about how to promote health, because we don't know everything and we don't know what are the specific needs of this community. So I would say that for sustainability to happen, there needs to be ownership of these health promotion programs, and I can also think about an example of like malaria in many South African and Latin American countries, where there have been lots of stories, and actually we use this in the health promotion examples also, of the distribution of bed nets to counter malaria, right? But the community doesn't care about getting malaria. Like, they don't mind if they get malaria, and it's so common in the community that they're actually used to it, right? So they don't use the bed nets because maybe one is that they think it's too tedious to use the bed nets, and then it's just a part of their culture almost to that malaria is a common thing, or they think that it's some sort of divine intervention. So there's a lot of like community specific context that needs to be understood in actually developing these health promotion programs, and I think that's really important to understand when we're thinking about what interventions actually work the best for our communities.
All right, thank you, Ms. Natasha, for your answer. So from our speakers, since it's population's problem, so it's somehow quite different compared to individual approaches. So in terms of these preventions, we need everyone's work together for this. Is there any questions? Any more questions from the floor? No? From the Zoom chat online? I think that's the end of our session today. Ms. Natasha, once again, please give applause to our speakers today, Ms. Natasha.
Thank you so much for having me.
Thank you for having me.
And enjoy the rest of the course. Thank you.
Stay here. All right.
As the first speaker of this morning sessions, now we will have 15 minutes coffee breaks. So please enjoy your coffee and tea, bag of biscuits,
and also some snacks
that we provided. Please take your seat around 10:30. Then after that, we will have ice breaking before we have our next speakers. Okay, enjoy your coffee break.
Legendary landscape of the largest crater lake in the world thrives a glorious civilization. In North Sumatra, people live colorful lives. And nature continues to fascinate both the locals and visitors from all walks of life. A delightful escape with a sense of adventure. In the hidden paradise of Sumatra, Experience the awesome nature. Understand the connection to ancient cultures, like dancing for ancestors, a colorful tradition, joyful yet also potent, mystifying rituals, proud people of the mountains. At the coast and in the cities. Remarkable diversity. A bustling city. A multicultural Mecca. Peaceful harmony. Incredible culinary. Astonishing wood carving. This is North Sumatra. The land, also the people. Friendly faces and genuine warmth. Wonderful Indonesia.
Sabang sampai Merauke ku bimbang, pilih mana yang oke. Ku tanya diriku, tapi hati meragu. Kini tiba saatnya, pilih yang paling istimewa. Akhirnya inilah usul, ku pilih-pilih dahulu. Indah jelita kampus kita, kuatkan diriku, yakinkan pilihanku. Kini tiba saatnya, pilih yang paling istimewa. Akhirnya inilah usul, ku pilih-pilih dahulu. Banyak jurusan terbaik, pastikan ada kamu. Masa depanku akan ku buat kelabu. Pilihanku pasti usul, serahkan menanti. Diriku, dirimu, dan dirinya di sini diusul. Pilihan kita semua, telah tiba saatnya. Pilihlah kampus khusus saja. Akhirnya inilah usul, ku pilih-pilih dahulu. Banyak jurusan terbaik, pastikan ada kamu. Masa depanku akan ku buat kelabu. Pilihanku pasti usul, cerahkan menanti. Pilihanku pasti usul.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Global Summer Course 2024.
We also have 13 international participants representing Palestine, Nigeria, Sri Lanka, Malaysia, and Vietnam. We have 23 national participants and 39 local participants from UTSU and other institutions in Medan.
That even if you inquire exactly what is happening in the larger community, that people are getting inside, maybe there is a larger problem.
Yeah, I think the feedback was overall positive. They liked the genomics lecture and also the lab demonstration. They really like it. You can tell from their engagement. They really enjoyed it. They asked so many questions. And we did some demonstration. And they really love the demonstration, the hands-on demonstration in the lab. So generally the feedback was positive and really good.
Okay, well, there is a lot of memories that I have seen and remember during this week. One of those was the new knowledge that I know about the new tropical disease and the advance or the current situation of those diseases in Indonesia and overseas. Also, when we gather in the lab, learning new things about whole genome sequencing.
For me, I think for the knowledge that I gain, because of this is an international summer course regarding the global health. So I thought as a medical student for the global health, it's only involving medical specialties like a doctors, medical assistant and nurse. But after I came here for a week, the summer course teach me to realize that the global health, including all of many professions such as engineering, psychologists, epidemiologists. So and also it introduced me to the One Health concept, which is very new to me, which is involving the environment, the human and also the animal health. So yeah, I think it's very useful for me in the future as a medical doctor.
Selama saya di kegiatan ini saya merasa saya telah mengupgrade knowledge saya dan juga
Okay, everyone, welcome back to the International Summer Course 2025. This session with me is Alicia. Before we continue to the scientific session, I think we need to refresh ourselves here. Because I see here today the amount of participants is increasing. Jadi, I need to speak bahasa. Someone here, how do you feel because this is the fourth day? What do you think? You can speak Bahasa.
Okay, this is my fourth day. This is International Summer Course organized by the school. Okay, so a lot of knowledge. I said that the current future of Indonesia and system, right? And then
I learned a new knowledge.
Thank you so much. Give applause to our colleagues from Malaysia. Okay, now I want to ask you to stand up, please. Because this session we will try to stretch out our body, but today Indian song. Yeah. Is there any Bollywood lover here in this room? Or is there anyone who has Indian genetic? Okay, please stand up. And because today I'm alone, anyone who wants to be a volunteer, come with me. Don't be ashamed, just express yourself. Okay. Get ready. We will do Move your body. This is just 3-minute exercise, and we all know that body movement will benefit to our body and soul. Clap, 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 clap.
तो शुरू करें
कब मैंने ये सोचा था, कब मैंने ये जाना था, कब मैंने ये सोचा था, कब मैंने ये जाना था, तुम इतना बदल जाओगे, तुम इतना मुझे चाहोगे, तुम इतना प्यार करोगे, तुम यूं इकरार करोगे। मेरे महबूब, मेरे महबूब, मेरे महबूब, मेरे साथ शुक्रिया मेहरबानी करम।
Asik.
मेरे महबूब, मेरे सनम, शुक्रिया मेहरबानी करम।
Bring the drum.
Clap, clap, clap. Ha, ha, ha. Ha, ha, ha. Anyone who know this song? Let's sing together.
और सपनों में मेरे तुम आए, मेरे दिल पे ऐसे छाए, तुमको क्या बताएं पिया। हम आए तेरे पीछे पीछे, आंखें अपनी नीचे नीचे, तुमको ही चाहे पिया। मेरे सनम, शुक्रिया मेहरबानी करम।
Clap, clap, clap. Ha, ha, ha. Clap, clap. One more. Clap, clap, clap. Okay, thank you.
Thank you for joining the Aztec sessions. Now we are proceeding to the next session for this morning time. We have our second speaker for today, which will deliver 2 topics in a row about program planning models. First we have visit process model, which is very popular among the program planning model. And the second one is about leading model. And perhaps in the end we'll have some session to have some short discussions and perhaps some training regarding the implementation of these 2 models. This topic for this session sounds very important for our health professionals and also essential for all medical health professionals to understand this, to make us easier understand our roles in any program that
implement in our settings. As you know, Dr. Putri is one of our faculty member, basically trained as an epidemiologist. She got her PhD from Mahidol University, Thailand, and currently is the director of family medicine residency program in
Faculty Medicine USU. So this program, this topic is very important and essential, and
one of the things that we touch in our curriculum. So, are you ready, Dr. Putri? Yes. Okay. Please, ladies and gentlemen, please give big warm welcome to our next speaker, Dr. Putri Eyanur.
Thank you very much, Dr. Budi, for nice introductions. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I was just doing a quick count earlier to see how many of us in the room. And I came up with the numbers. I think it's about 50% only for attendance compared to probably what. This is understandable because I believe all of us has learned the waves, I would say, the waves in this summer course. When to come, when to go, when to loosen up a little bit, when I can speak, when the speaker starts to move around. So it's okay. I think each one of us has our own intention of attending this course, and hopefully what I'm going to share with you today have some benefits. Perhaps not all of us are involved in the community or the public health area, but I believe what I'm going to mention here can be applied to ourselves in order to organize oneself to have a more structured, well-planned life, I would say. So, as you heard from Natasha earlier, she mentioned a lot of models which can be applied to a person's or to a community, I would say. And one of the model mentioned in Natasha's slide was precede and proceed model. So what is precede and proceed model? This model was found in the 20th century, and this is developed actually for the use in public health at the beginning, especially when we want to conduct the health intervention or even community interventions. As we can see, there's a shift from infectious disease to non-infectious disease in terms of prevalence. And now we see that for non-infectious disease itself is shifting. It's not just giving treatment or curative, but more on the promotion or preventive. We heard a lot of topics the other day, the last 3 days, I would say, the last 3 days on how we in the low and middle income countries have double burden. We have a rise in non-communicable diseases, but at the same time, we're also facing a lot of problems on communicable diseases. So for both, it was pointed out that preventing the coming of the diseases are much more important rather than curative. Okay. The assumption of prevention of illness and promotion of health is we want to change the behaviors. We understand that health is, by the very nature, is a community issue. Everybody here wants to be healthy. In order to be happy, you have to be healthy. And it's an integral part of the larger context. We most clearly defined as a quality of life. We want to have a good quality of life. I was just yesterday, if you remember, Dr. Vivi was Dr. Vivi was talking about dementia. I would like to share with you that I have 77 years old mothers at home who's now having strokes. He has been struck by stroke 4 times already. And I was talking to her, asking her the early symptoms of dementia, because one of the major causes of dementia is due to vascularizations. And I talked to Dr. Fifi. She mentioned something that is really nice, and it is to end life with dignity. So even though you are getting old, perhaps you're sick, but you still have, you still want dignity. And one of it is to reach that, you have to be healthy. And in order to do that, of course, we have to prevent ourselves from getting all these illnesses which are around us. Okay, when we talk about precede and proceed, precede is pre, before, and proceed is after. So when we talk about precede, this is anything that we did before we
So, for example, we found a problem in the community and we would like to do an intervention to tackle the problems. There was an earlier example on dengue. Before we create an intervention to reduce the number of dengue in one area, we have to identify several factors. Then, once the intervention is implemented, we have to do an evaluations whether this intervention is good or not. It was mentioned earlier as well that for dengue, we have been in Indonesia, we have 3M. I don't know if it's the same in Malaysia. 3M means we have to untuk, mengubur, dan segala macam. It was introduced in the early 1990 and it is still 3M now after almost 30 years from that. So what happened in this proceed is not well, they did evaluation, however, it doesn't give us a new options of tackling the dengue fever. So let us talk about the phases of proceed first. Number one, the phases of proceed is finding outcome. So when we want to make an intervention community, or like I mentioned, this program can apply to ourselves. When we want to make a goal to ourselves, we have to identify first what is the outcome that we want. So, for example, if we talk about dengue, do we want to eliminate it? Is it possible? Or do we just want to reduce the prevalence in the community? Or perhaps if we talk about ourselves, what do we want at the end of the day? Do I want to get a lot of information? Or let's say 10 years from now, I want to be the rector of one university. Perhaps that will be the goal. We have to define the outcome at the beginning. Once we define the outcome, we start collecting data for the outcome per se. So for example, I want to eliminate dengue or I want to reduce the number of hepatitis A infections. I have to identify which type of the community that I'm working on. Remember also when we did our tabletop exercise the other day from Dr. Dewi, the one from Kementerian, the Ministry of Health, she was telling us regarding we have to know the characteristics of the population. Let's say we want to make health promotion, we understand that the literacy rate is low, or perhaps we have various type of characteristics that we have to find what is the most suitable one. For example, at this moment in Indonesia, I think no one has no cell phones. Back then, it seems like everybody has televisions, but now everybody has mobile phones. So perhaps the use of mobile phones is one of the options when we want to do health promotion. So in order to we can conduct a lot of methods which are quite popular, and one is surveys. We can do a survey in the community, or we can conduct a focus group discussion. If you don't have enough resources, conducting focus group discussion is a choice. Or even the phone interviews, but nowadays phone interviews are quite difficult because in Indonesia we have a lot of I don't know the term in English, but scam phone callers, you know. So it's difficult to conduct survey through phone interviews. Face-to-face interviews will be another choice, or even distributing questionnaires in public places. We often found this in department store or mall area if they want to survey the opinion of the public. So after we identify the outcome, what do we want at the end of the day, then we have to identify the issue. It was said here that we have to look for issue and factor that might cause or influence the outcome with dependent in phase 1. It is best if we choose the issue which So, for example, if we want to talk about dengue, what will be, if we look at the environment around the housing of the people, we have to see which of the factors which will lead to a drastic effect. For example, if we look at the drainage is the problems, then perhaps we have to, what do you call this, not change, but somehow work on it so that the drainage of the housing area would be better, because that's where the really place of the factors. So, like I said, there will be a lot of factors affecting on the outcome. However, it would be best to choose several which will leave drastic effect. So don't be greedy. Sometimes when we are working on the populations or in the community, we would love to change a lot of things. However, we don't have enough resources, or sometimes we don't have enough manpower to do so. So it would be nice if we can identify the most identify this factor which give the most drastic or dramatic changes in the community. These three are the most common factors influencing outcomes. If you remember, the other day Dr. Buli was mentioning regarding the epidemiologic triangles, the agent, host, and environments. One of the things is the host itself. We always talk about behaviors and lifestyle. I was also asking questions the other day regarding behaviors. When we talk about communicable diseases, non-communicable diseases, or any other diseases, this is always related to behaviors of the persons. So when we talk about behaviors, it will take there are a lot of research that it will take around 15 to 20 years to change what the behaviors is settled in the persons. And the other thing that we cannot forget is the environments. The environments here is not just environment, the natural or physical, but also social environments, political environments. In Indonesia, the ups and downs of the political issue affect the way of life of the people, actually. We took example here regarding smoking. I think it is a problem everywhere in the world, although Indonesia is, mentioned yesterday, was the first one. I think with the earliest age of smoking from my latest survey was 7 years old. So in Indonesia, we have a 7 years old who already starts smoking. So when we look at smoking, classic example of community change through behavior changes, to reduce the incidence of lung cancer or heart cancer. You can see why people quit or fewer smoking in some area, perhaps because they know the effect of secondhand smokers, and they also view the smoking, there's time loss from birth because of sick, and they also experience low birth weight babies. We also found a lot of children with asthma, and then a lower insurance cost due to that. So smoking is one of the problems, and with a lot of intervention did by not just the public health practitioners, but also the governments. So if smokers, because a lot of smokers desire to quit, the desire to quit is generally because of the knowledge about the dangers of smoking, or sometimes they cannot afford the tobacco products because of the tax is increasing, and also community support, or even due to smoking cessations group. However, all these programs definitely will not be run well if it's not was that again mentioned by Natasha, susceptible. So it is also, I always say, it will be nice to work in a smaller group first to see the effect of a program. Then if it's running, we call it sometimes pilot project. If the pilot project is working, then we can proceed to a bigger project. saw what else earlier, pastel, yeah. But there's some people who prefer, or even among of you, some of you will go to the back and take Indo Cafe or take Max tea early in the morning. But some of you decided to have just plain water. So we have to identify each and every one within the community, which are mostly found, are the community more fond of a healthful behavior or a respectful behavior. So there are several factors, so-called predisposing factors. These are the factors that are intellectual and emotional stimulants that tend to make individual more or less likely to adopt healthful or risky behavior or lifestyle, or to approve or to accept particular environmental conditions. So your knowledge, your attitude, your belief, your values will affect how you act toward the interventions. And there's an enabling factors, which is cultural and external conditions, which is directly related to the issue that how people adopt and maintain healthy behavior, or to embrace or reject particular environmental conditions. So all these factors have to be identified. Of course, in identifying these factors, we have to see the availability of resources, services, and not to forget the policies implemented and also issue-related skills. There's another factor called reinforcing factors. The term here is forcing. These are the people and community attitudes that support or make it difficult to adopt. So if we look at the examples given earlier, Joe, the smokers who experience coughing, was it influenza mentioned, that Natasha slides? What is the reinforcing factors? If Joe decided not to go because he has problem with his motorbike, but then the family members mentioned, okay, we don't have to ride your motorbike, you can ride with me, I'll take you there. You know, the peer pressure, the peer group is really important as well. So, like in Islam, in Agama Islam, you have to serve, if you want to be good or go to heaven at the end of your day, then you have to be with those people who have the same will, who wants to end up in heavens. We don't end up with the people who, okay, we talk about heaven's letter in the next 10 years. So it's the same thing. Having a community or having people around you have the same goals will be much better in implementing the interventions. And the other thing we have to identify is something that can make the intervention come into practice. Some of the things mentioned is the administrative issue and policy and regulatory issues. You can have a nice intervention program, you can have a nice well-planned. However, if this does not support perhaps by the governments or the infrastructures, then everything will go down the drain. I can propose a nice intervention, for example. However, the area is very remote and there is no good infrastructure or I'm not provided with cars to go there, then it is not going to come true. It's just stay there as a dream. So anything that can influence the implementation of the program or intervention is also need to be identified. Okay. Next, once the intervention is implemented, we talk about phases of proceed. So, the next phase, the implementation, this is the process of setting up and implementing the intervention, which has been devised in phase 3 and 4. So you already identified. The first one is the outcome, what you want at the end of the day, and you identify the risk factor, which can give you a dramatic impact afterwards, and you identify all the possible factors of the populations, and you identify as well supporting factors to do that. Then, once you have all the information, you can already create your interventions, and then it's time for the implementations. Once it it is implemented, don't forget to do an evaluations. Perhaps a once a week visit. You know, it was earlier we talked about dengue. What we did here in Indonesia, usually we did a health promotion. People from the puskesmas, they go to the village and they told the people there, okay people, you have to do this, you have to do that, you have to do this. And then after that, the end of the day, there's no more evaluations. Like I was telling you on my previous talk earlier, we only give it like a one-time hit only. You know? So like when you have mosquitoes, when it's like a rainy season or dry season like today, we have a lot of mosquitoes around our house. It is not working if you only spray your house just one time in a week. Because you never know, sometimes the mosquito, when you spray here, you hide on the other on your drawer or something, and then the next day it will pop out again. So during the season, perhaps you have to spray your house each and every day. So this is the same thing with the intervention we implemented. We need to have monitoring and evaluation. And one thing that is important is to jot down, to take notes on what you monitor and what you evaluate. So you can have evaluations if needed on the interventions, not like 3M 25 years ago and 3M now. We also have to look at the impact. Later on, we look at the impact of the evaluation. This is what I'm saying. Evaluating the initial success of the effort. Is the intervention having the desired effect on the behavioral or environmental factors that I aim to change? So, for example, at the beginning, my goal was to eliminate. Is it really eliminating, or it is just reducing? It's two different outcomes. So sometimes when we create an intervention or a program, we have also called outcome, the short-term and the long-term outcome. No, wait. Sometimes they call it output, the short-term, and then we have outcome, the long-term. And then lastly, we look at the outcome evaluation. Is your intervention really working? It may be completely success in every other way, but the process is exactly what you planned, or is it shifted a little bit? And expected changes made it? Is it really what you want to see at the very beginning of the program? Or this is it's a result we have to affect on the largest issue. Like I said, okay, I already identify the most dramatic risk factor that can give a big impact on the population. Is it really affecting, or other factor, not the factor that I choose at the beginning? In that case, we have to start the process again to see why the factors you focus on are not the right ones, and to identify others that might work. So again, the message here is not to be greedy at the beginning. So it's best to choose several factors which you are familiar with, perhaps. Sometimes I tend to tell people it's good to choose factors that will give dramatic impact, but if the factors is not the factors I'm familiar with, then you choose that one. It's best to work with something that is we are familiar, friendly, then we can work on that very nice. If we see the outcome on the first hit, then it will trigger us for a better intervention on the second round and so. So if you look at the process as a whole, you have, okay, at the beginning we have to identify, like I was mentioning, the social assessment. Social assessment meaning we have to know the characteristic of the population we're working with, and then we will look at the epidemiological assessment. Don't forget the epidemiological triangle. And then we can look at the educational, ecological, and administrative and policy. Once we identify phase 1 up to phase 4, then we can conduct the health programs. And then once it is implemented, we start to do the evaluation, both of the process and also the outcome. So if you look at the examples, I think it's quite small, but hope you can read it. Here we talk about the quality of life of the people. So we do a social assessment or their key behavior, their attitudes, their healthcare services. These are the factors that I was mentioned earlier on phase 3. You can identify which of these factors I'm going to work with. Perhaps the one that I'm familiar with, or the one that will give a dramatic change in the populations. And then after that, we look for support from the governments, or even from the local people, not just local policy, perhaps community leaders, or religious leader, like Ustad, or perhaps it's really, in Indonesia, it's really, we believe in Indonesia, a lot of people are religious, so it's nice to be hand in hand with the religious leaders. So we implement the example here for the intervention, health promotion. We did blood pressure measurement, we conduct health educations, we also do a motivational interview, we did individual lifestyle modifications and reminder to visit. In Indonesia, we're very fond of Proanis di Puskesmas. So the Proanis is a program designed for diabetic and hypertension adult patients, which is arranged in the Puskesmas level. And then once it is implemented, we did an evaluation, follow-up, looking at the process and impact of the programs. So that will be the example of see and proceed. I think I'll just go ahead with the rating. Yeah?
Okay, that's our topic from this presenter about basic and basic models. Next we will have the second topic of the session, which is reading. But before that, we would like to invite if there is any question you want to raise during after listening to the presentations. If no, you can keep the questions, and later on you can compare what is the difference between basic prostate and also the weight models, and maybe you can share later on what are your preference in implementing the model, whether which one you prefer, AM or basic prostate after listening to this topic. Now, this time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Willie. Okay, I'll give you another types of program planning and evaluations, so-called PA. So we have proceed and proceed, and then now we have re-aim. So what is re-aim? The goal of re-aim is to encourage program planners, evaluators, readers of journal articles, funders, even policymakers to pay more attention to essential program elements, including external validity that can improve the sustainability, adoption, and implementation of effective, generalizable, evidence-based interventions. We come to the world where everybody is aware on what is happening. So having an intervention that is evidence-based is really important. It's not just because, oh, I've been doing this since my great-great-great-grandmother. So it's not working anymore. So what is PAIM? PAIM is actually an abbreviation of REACH, effectiveness, adoption, implementation, and maintenance. Let us see what it is one by one. So, REACH of health behavior intervention. When we talk about REACH, we have to understand the numbers of the people included in our intervention, our program. Like I mentioned earlier, it would be nice to work in a small group, in a project, in a pilot project. And once it is done, and we see it as a success, then we can implement it in a bigger project. However, limitations, we want to see what we see, the result in a small project, can already generally evolve to the big populations. If any of you familiar with research, when we conduct research, usually we use samples. We don't use the whole populations. Earlier, somebody was telling me that he's working with mice. When you work with mice, also we only work with, let's say, 20 or 30 mice. However, at the end, the conclusion will explain or will draw the whole community of mice. It's the same thing. So, choosing the representative samples of the population is really important. For example, if we're working in a village, it's good to have a representative, perhaps from mothers, from parents, I would say, from the children, from the community leaders, as part of your samples for the interventions.
So, what is the steps to do so?
Assure the participant or target population include both current users of the intervention and non-users. So, for example, if we talk about thinking, we want to recruit those who are familiar with the program introduced earlier and those who are not familiar. Or we want to recruit those who already implemented what is taught earlier and those who are reluctant of implementing it. Okay? And then after that, we have to build relationship with them. We, as an outsider, when we want to do another program, an intervention program, we have to have a good relationship. This is building trust among us and them. And then we have to define the best recruitment materials. When you conduct an intervention programs, please make use of anything that is user-friendly. Don't use a complicated gadget, or if you use an application in your gadget, the application is very tedious to enter all the data and things like that, because it will be, at the end, people will leave it alone, they neglect it. And then it will be best if you're the one who visit the target population. Don't make them come for the materials. So, for example, if you do a health promotion, it will be best if you're the one who go to their area and not asking them to come to your place. What happened in Indonesia sometimes, perhaps due to resources, what we did was when we did health promotion among mothers in Posyandu, we just wait for the mothers to come, because on a monthly basis, mothers will come with their babies to weigh, to measure, and things like that. That's where we did health promotion. It's not working because you're not reaching all mothers that's supposed to be reached. So it will be best if you ask them, for example, if they have like religious gathering, pengajian, or like I mentioned the other day, I went to the church. It's where the mass usually come together. We go to their familiar place, will be best. Instead of asking them to come or even providing, usually in Indonesia, we provide transportations, we provide lunch for them to come. But that doesn't guarantee that people will come to the materials. And then, most of health promotion interventions reported that the size of the study sample and the proportion of individuals who are willing to participate is depend on it has to be calculated. So we cannot just say, okay, how many are mothers in this village? They said, okay, we have 100 mothers. Call me like 15 mothers, that will be fine. It's not enough. If you want to have evidence-based intervention, you have to compute what is the minimum numbers of mothers need to be included in your intervention programs. And we have to identify as well, do we want a group of people who are similar, or do we want a group of people who are different from each other? Because it will give a different result at the end. If differences do not exist, then a stronger case for the generalization of the intervention can be made. However, if it's different, then you have to have different conclusions for both groups. Next is effectiveness. We want to make sure that the intervention is effective at the very least. negative or unintended consequences. When we did interventions, we have to document everything. When we conduct monitoring and evaluation, we have to document it as well. Sometimes what happens is during the monitoring or evaluation process, we just visit the village and we look around, we take photos, and then we go back and we try to write the report. That's not a good way of doing monitoring evaluation. You have to have data. You have to have data before the intervention and after the intervention. So later on we will have what they call pre and post testing. I cannot say that the program for dengue is not working if I have no databases for that. I cannot say like earlier today I was counting, remember I told you I was counting how many of us in the room. I can say we only have like 50% attendance since the beginning. So I can say I can already make conclusion on what level of motivation of participants in this course. It's really important. I cannot say this course is interesting. Everybody is eager to attend it if I don't have data analysis looking around. Okay, the room is full and today the room is not full. That's not a nice report on something. So I mentioned here more sophisticated study design, but for all of us, I think knowing data before the intervention, after the intervention, doing an analysis on that will give the best conclusion here. So how do we enhance effectiveness in a program? Like earlier mentioned, use evidence-based program. And second, include organizational partners. It will be nice if you have partners when you do an intervention. Mostly, if we talk about tackling the infectious diseases, we consider it as the work of Ministry of Health alone and not others. But from all the speakers from previously, we come to a conclusion that having a multidisciplinary team working on something will give you the best result. Remember when we talk about application from Ibrahim, I don't know how many of you are involved in COVID-19. Any of you from Puskesmas in this room? Yeah, from Puskesmas, we know during COVID-19, we have 4 or 5 applications ya, tumpang tindih satu sama lain. Ya, di sini harus entry the same data on the next application, the same data plus AB. Next application, same data plus DEF. You know, that's what happens when you don't have multidiscipline in conducting an intervention. It's the same thing when you're at home. When you have an opinion, let's say, okay, weekend is coming, where are we going for weekend? You talk to your husband and mention, okay, let's go to Brastagi. And then suddenly your kids come from school, they say, no, we don't want Brastagi, we want to go to Sun Plaza. That's what happens when you don't sit together and try to come up with one conclusions which can make everybody satisfied, which can make everybody happy at the end of the day. And then after that, we have to assess the resource available, including skilled staff. We cannot talk about, I want to do this, I want to do that, but we didn't know how well or how prepared or how competent our staff is. Lacking of skilled staff in our country is quite a problem, I believe. Sometimes the staff are trained, but later, let's say 2 months after, the staff was moved to another area. For example, she's been trained to tackling the antenatal care, and then suddenly, 2 months after, she was moved to pharmacies in Puskesmas. It happens a lot. And then after that, we have to develop and maintain effective documentation program process. I already mentioned this earlier as well. You have to take notes of everything you did. And then after that, solicit ongoing feedback from your target populations. This is very important. To complete one cycle of intervention, you have to have feedback from your target population. What happened is sometimes when we did a project, once the project is done, we didn't do a socializations, we didn't inform back to the population what is the result of the intervention, And to make things worse, we don't ask for recommendations or even critics. This is important to accommodate possible changes. Sometimes we thought our intervention is the best. However, the population who perform the intervention is performing due to forces, not willingly. So, have your feedback. Like what we did here in our summer course, every afternoon we ask for you to fill in the feedback so that we can improve the next day. We can change what is needed the next day. And then adoptions. If it's user-friendly, then people are tend to adopt more willingly compared to intervention which is not suitable or not comfortable for them. And if they are comfortable, the chance of adoption stay or sustainable is higher among the people. Some issues in adoptions, we have to look at the setting. Different characteristics of the population have different desire or willingness in adopting programs. So it will be nice, like I said in the earlier proceed model, to identify the characteristic of the population. Always come number one, because your intervention will be tailor-made to their needs. Once it is tailor-made, it's suitable for them, then the possibility for them to adopt is higher. The possibility to sustain the program is also higher. This is your clothes. Like some of us love to buy clothes online. I don't know, in Malaysia, I think it's also familiar to buy clothes online. For me, I don't like to buy clothes online. What happens is it is cheap. It is cheaper compared to buying it in a store. But what happens is once I wear it, it doesn't fit me. Sometimes the sleeves is too short, or the button is too tight, and things like that. I wear it
perhaps only once, twice,
and then it's just there in the shelves. With an additional 100 rupiah, 100,000 rupiah, perhaps I will wear one clothing for 1 year. You know, so that's the example of having an intervention. A tailor-made intervention based on the needs of the population and their characteristics is more sustainable. I skipped this one. It's the same thing. This is the implementation. So use a participatory method, like I mentioned earlier. When we created the intervention, it would be nice as well if we include the population or the target population with the projects. So we can ask them, is it feasible or is it doable? And then we look at the resources. Sometimes we ask them to cover, when I talk about drainage, earlier, if the drainage is clogging, so we told them, okay, let's make a new one, which is not possible for them due to resources. Then they will agree perhaps on the table, but they will not adopt it, more or less they will not implement it. Having training and technical support is also important. So you look at your interventions. You cannot work alone. Like I mentioned earlier as well, a multidisciplinary team to do an intervention is much more better. It's much better. I'll skip this one. Okay. Improving effectiveness, there will be two levels. You can look at the individual levels and also at the organizational levels. In the individual levels, they say resources available during program should be reusable and easily available at low to no cost. People like free things, you know. If they don't have to pay, they tend to more eager to adopt than have to when they have to pay. A longer or gradually faded intervention may lead to longer sustainability after the intervention. Remember I told you when we did health promotion, we come, we promote, and then we left and never come back, then we not stay. So you have to go over and over and over again. Of course, there will be a form support groups during the course of program. Having a support group or peer group which is supporting the intervention program is also important. Meanwhile, for the organization level maintenance, it would be nice if you build upon existing infrastructure. So, for example, you want to have this support group to meet every week. You have to make use. Don't ask them to create it in some place. Perhaps you can use Balai Desa, Malaysia Balai Desa ada ya. Balai Desa. You make use of what is there for the needs of the population. Don't forget to do a periodic check-in. Perhaps not emails. You have to have in Indonesia we have what's called cadres. Cadres is from the people for the people. They're the one who will be checking is it still running or not. And then it will be good as well if it's integrated in the regular practice. It is hard now to add on another program in Puskesmas because the Puskesmas, the health workers in Puskesmas are already burdened with a lot of activities. Stunting lah, inilah, lah, yeah. So it's if you want to integrate it, then you have to look for others, other areas. Environmental and policy intervention also very effective, but we know very well in Indonesia policy it is there, but it is not implemented. More or less, sometimes it is not enforced. So number 4, still working hard on that part. Okay, I think I will not slash because this is just review of what I just mentioned. We can end this session perhaps with I make a small scenario. Dr. Budi, perhaps you can flash the scenario. Somebody. Okay, we have case discussions. Gathered together in a palm oil farming village. It has been observed that the majority of women of reproductive age are overweight. Recognizing that mothers play a central role in the family, the palm oil company intends to carry out health interventions. The initiative is based on the belief that healthier farming, a healthier family, we need to improve productivity, which ultimately benefiting both the families and later on the company. So I would like this class, this group divided into the participants divided into 2 groups, and you can discuss about yourself. Okay, you can discuss in 10 minutes what is the intervention will be based on your discussion. You can follow the step-by-step mentioned earlier in my talk, and then later on the groups can present their discussion, the result of the discussions. How do we define the groups? Some. Okay, 4 groups. This group 1, group 2, group 3, and group 4. Yeah? Okay. We can start now. You can look at the scenario. You can write the steps on creating the intervention and what type of intervention is going to be implemented, and then afterward how you do the monitoring and evaluation on the interventions. Please take your time and you can start now.
badannya. Nah, dengan adanya ini, maka perusahaan sawit di mana mereka bekerja, baik ibu-ibu ini dan suaminya, mau melakukan satu buah program, satu buah intervensi. Karena mereka berpikir jika petani-petaninya sehat, maka petani ini akan lebih produktif dalam bekerja. Ketika petaninya produktif bekerja, tentunya menguntungkan buat keluarganya, tapi ujung-ujungnya juga akan menguntungkan perusahaan. Sekarang silahkan buat satu buah program untuk memastikan ini bisa terjadi. Keinginan perusahaan bisa terjadi. Ada keluarga yang sehat, ya kan? Berarti kan keinginannya adalah menciptakan keluarga yang sehat, keluarga petani sawit yang sehat. Karena kalau petani sawitnya sehat, mereka produktif. Ketika mereka produktif, maka perusahaan untung, keluarga juga untung.
Everyone get the instructions? Any questions about the instructions?
Ada yang mau ditanyakan?
So this is just brief discussion. So during discussion in your group, please just make some short notes, and later on each of the group will be discussed. Berapa nih? Oh. Ini awalnya nggak ada di sebelah sana. Gabung sini lah 2 orang. Oh ya udahlah. Oke. Free.
Karena dia jualan oil ya. Pikirkan lain-lain. Ibu-ibunya tidak jelas dijelaskan, tapi karena ini perkebunan sawit, kalau di Indonesia itu perkebunan sawit, kalau bapaknya petani sawit, biasanya ibunya juga ikut membantu bapaknya. Atau kalau dia single mothers, maka dia juga menjadi petani sawit. Jadi kalau di perkebunan di Indonesia ini, bukan hanya laki-laki yang bekerja, perempuan juga bekerja. Kita nggak punya waktu lama-lama, kita khawatir nanti terjadi gempa bumi, kemudian palm oilnya bubar jalan.
Okay, we have 2 more minutes injury time, yeah, extra time. Actually, the time is up, but we will give you another additional time, 2 minutes, because I see some group almost finished. Oh, this group have a complicated debate. No. There's so many conflict of interest. Okay, 1 more minutes. We're having discussion, not a debate, so just make a consensus within your group. What are you going to do? Yeah, what program will you establish? Satu menit lagi. $30. $15. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thumbs up.
Okay, time is up. We start from which group? This group?
Yeah, I think we can start from the first group.
Okay.
Since, yeah, they have a lot of.
Other groups may pay attention to the first group.
You may stay here and stand up to deliver your program.
Okay, good morning. We are from the first group. We are going to just directly say the program that we have discussed.
Perhaps you may introduce your team members. Consists of what? Doctors, public health practitioners, nurses, or just mothers?
Of course, there are mothers.
Okay.
Yeah. And for sure, there are doctors here, there are the public health, there are laboratorians. This is medical doctors. Yeah. Okay, so we have varieties in our group. We're just going to directly say the answer to cut the time. For the first intervention, we are going just to do the physical activity. That's the first thing for the physical activity is, especially before they work, we better to do the warming up before they start their farming in the morning. And after that, we're just going to the physical activity maybe for like 5 to 10 minutes before they start their work. And then if it's possible, the company can start to make healthy food intervention so that all the employees in the company can eat healthy to lower their calories, just to lower their overall weight. And then it's possible to do enough hydration, and if they are doing good to all of these interventions, then we should do appreciation to the employees with the best lower of their weight. And if it's possible, maybe just 3 months once every 3 months to do a health screening, and then do the medical education with the language that can be understood by all the employees from all educations. That's from us. Thank you so much.
Okay, yeah, please stay still. My first question is, what approach do you use to develop that program? The pre-seed process or the re-aim model? Which approach do this group choose? What approach, or just no approach, just thinking?
Probably from proceed and pre-seed, because there is the company maybe should start from the policy so that they probably can do the pre-seed first.
So based on this group discussions and your program, what are the pre-seed part and which one the proceed part?
We haven't discussed from that.
But the program is first physical activity, nutrition, and then give, right? Yeah. And giving reward based on the outcome means the outcome evaluations. So based on the intervention, you have like nutrition and also the physical activities. This is the program, and how you evaluate the program is by using the successful of the program. You measure it by you measure the outcome, and then you give them the reward. This is part of the process evaluation.
Yes.
Yes.
So that's the process part.
Yeah.
The question is now, why do you finally come out with a plan of physical activity and nutrition? Is there any rationale behind that?
First of all, we discussed that the women of reproductive age are overweight. So first of all, physical activity is the most important, so that they will not have any adverse effects in the future, like diabetes or maybe hypertension. That's the first thing that we should prevent. And from that, overweight.
What actually, to simplify the questions, why do you choose exercise?
And
Why do you choose nutrition, changes in diet? And why do you choose giving hydration? What are the reasons?
The reasons are for the discussion, case discussion is overweight. That's the first thing. That's the first important thing that we discuss, why physical activity and nutrition are important to this case.
So it is phase 2, yeah, epidemiological assessment. So based on the data, there are a lot of our target has so many obesity person. So that's why we need, by theory, we have there are some intervention that can be implemented to reduce the obesity. So this is the pre-seed part. So this question was raised to imply how this model can be implemented doing this. So that's the example how usually groups or the team really want to give any intervention. They just directly come up with the program without clear rationale. Even they sometimes miss the first phase, which is need assessment. We usually directly, okay, we need this, we need this, we need this. But actually the population, the target don't really need it. By theory, yes, they need, but is this community really needed? That's why, that's the main important thing of health equity. Every community, every group of people have different needs. So it should be tailor-made. Our very first lecture from also Dr. Putri. So this first phase is very important. Okay?
We have our final answer too, so that Ibu PKK, role model from the community.
Okay.
So what, based on Natasha's presentation, what is that? Learning from observing.
Anything more that with the ticket from this?
I think earlier Bukti is in line with discussions. It's okay. Like I mentioned by Dr. Bukti, what happened to us is we often just come up with an idea and we ask them to do so, whether they like it or they don't like it. For example, early this morning, I already mentioned to you that I counted the attendance is only 50%. So I made conclusions. accompany some of them mothers, because we mentioned that mothers play a central role in the family, so perhaps some of them have double job, working as mothers. So you have to understand which of the intervention which fit to both. So imagine you want to do exercise before start working, perhaps those mothers who are not farmers will not be included in the programs. So we have to identify the characteristics of our target first before we design something for them. So that is missing in your discussion perhaps. Employing Ibu PKK as social channel, that's also part of the identification, phase 4 in PRECEDE. So we have to identify what are the strengths in the population. Perhaps they have Ibu PKK, or perhaps they have, in this project actually, I have a nurse who is already retired. She was a nurse in a hospital, but she's already retired, so she understands about health, she understands about blood pressure, things like that. She's our social channel in collecting all the mothers for the behavioral change. So that is success in phase 4. Monitoring and evaluations, already mentioned that they do, they set up a 3-monthly medical checkup, and then also they measure the outcome, whether there's a body weight, a lower body weight, and for those to achieve perhaps normal BMI, they have a plus, for example.
Yes, that is called stick carrot approach. So when they are doing good, they are getting the reward, and if they don't going good, they get the punishment. Maybe fire.
Okay, thank you. Now you two, please. It's your turn.
For our group, we use the PRECEDE positive model. First of all, our team goes to the farming village, and we engage a survey to identify what are the issues. So upon our survey among the reproductive age baby, we found out that first they have this misconception saying that they are farm workers, so they take a lot of carbohydrate in order to get the energy to do the work. Okay. Second, it also take a lot of sugar to get energy. The second issue is that they have a center, like fitness center in the area, but it's a minute, so the reproductive mother are hesitant to go to the fitness center because of the area.
So next, the second one is
what are the changes that can implement. So the most drastic is during the nutritional feeding. So we divide the nutrition into the top suggestion regarding the right proportion of meal. And also how the calculation of the calories also in this situation. And for the exercise, we are doing a Zumba class only focus for the ladies during the weekend, because during the days they are busy, the job and also handling the family. So then we will take session, and for the monitoring, we will do the body composition measurement, and also food diary, where they present the food that we cook in the house, and also sort of, and also the cooking competition, having video competition, and also do the craft reading every 2 months, and incentive for those who manage to reduce the body weight.
Alright, thank you, Guru. I was just wondering whether any joining this project because actually, I would say 70% of the answers actually was done in the project. So this is not only about CCTV, especially a project is done by their farms are located in Riau and province Riau, so all areas in Pangandaran. I think it's quite the data I give you here is not still simple, just saying that the numbers are predicted. And also the palm oil workers in Indonesia, they have the fault that was mentioned earlier. I have to have energy to work in palm oil because it's a hard work later. You have to so they tend to eat a lot because they don't need energy. We don't control their diet. And yes, there was factors that can change the problems here. Of course, that's controlling the diet. So what we did was we gave diary, but due to diary, you have to fit it in as a series. What we did was we did the calendar with stickers. So you have like 6, if you use soup, 1/3 plate with vegetables, 1/3 with carrots, carbohydrates, and then 1/3 with protein, and then you only use soup, 4 tablespoons of sugar, and half teaspoon, 1 teaspoon of salt, and you can exercise 3 times a week, and then you put your stickers. So at the end of the day, we did monitoring and evaluation every week of those 3 months. And then after that, we did it every 2 weeks. Now this is implemented. And like I mentioned earlier, a program that is common, rarely adopted, more than sustainable. So we did the intense monitoring and evaluation at the beginning, and then we made it away. And then now, the company keep doing it every 3 months on a frequent basis as mentioned by We're very happy that the project resulted in 40% of behavioral change among the masses, which is quite, I would say I'm proud of myself, it's quite excellent, because like I mentioned, the change of behavior could have changes of 20%. In one item project is already quite good. More than 150%. Thank you.
Thank you, maybe just a little bit of evaluations. It's not
a thing that come to the only conducted at the very end or in the middle. Even evaluation is from the beginning. It's called formative evaluations. So like you say that the evaluation after the implementation was conducted is like this one, they say 3 months, why not 6 months, why not per year? It's based on the capacity of the companies. So this was determined even before the program was conducted. That's called formative evaluation. So evaluation is start from the beginning. This is something also sometimes we miss this part as well. Alright, good job. Group 2.
Oh yeah, one thing to remember in designing this intervention, like I mentioned earlier, to have
sometimes in our country, we have a project that is common goal, just because the resources is only given once, and it's just enough to do so. That's why we have monitoring evaluation. Okay, we move on.
Group 3.
Now we are going to have our very last group, which is I think not discussed but debate. So because quite long, even they still discussing or debating now. Okay, please, group 3.
Okay. The first from our group, we need to diagnose the problem first. Maybe there is a perception in the community that the fact is health. So if the wife is ill, they are afraid that people will say that the husband cannot give wife proper life. So maybe in the community they think fat is good. Fat means well. That's maybe the one from the community. After that, we must check what is the plant that they used to plant before they are planting the palm tree. Usually they plant corn or maybe rice. So there will be different activity before planting the rice, before planting the palm tree. So activity in planting the rice is higher than planting the palm tree. So maybe the change of this activity will make a change in output, input calorie. Okay. After that, maybe there is no such an education in the community about health life is a healthy food. So maybe that is the problem. So for the intervention, maybe the company will make a measure, body mass index for all the employees. After that, the company will also the beban kerja, workload. Okay, so because fat is a simple concept between output and input of calories. So I think the company should count the body mass index, after that counting the workload. Okay, after that, if the family, if the employee is still eating the food that they bring from the home, I think the problem will be solved. So the company maybe should give immediate makan bergizi gratis, I don't know. So the company can make sure that they give exactly the right amount of calorie to the employee. After that, maybe the company should make a small activity in the morning before the employee do the work. And maybe the company should make a medical checkup. Maybe medical checkup, so the company can make sure that the employee always has a good condition. Okay, Dr. Maybe okay, so maybe the information from this program, so there will be reduce from the body weight from the employee, and maybe the productivity of the employee will increase, and there will be perubahan gizi. Okay, I think yeah.
So this will answer the needs of having multidisciplinary individuals or background in the team. If I put the three teams, 1, 2, and 3 together, we have a complete project actually. So it's really
Sana was handed Susama and Cynthia. So you can imagine I have to drive I don't know the time, but I remember clearly that we have to drive and then suddenly goes down to a lot of long things like that. But the commitment of the company is really big towards the workers. So we need at the beginning have all these information that the family, it seems like the family is not healthy because most of the modules are correct. And later we ask them, can you do a simple measurement? We look for the blood pressure, we look for the cholesterol level, we look for the uric
acid level, and then
sugar, blood sugar levels. All these things, just to identify whether they're just fat due to their diets or other diseases. And based on the result, we identify it's due to the diet. So we created the prevention, controlling their diet. But before that, we conduct what we call we conduct a class. So we have small groups, we work within small groups. One group consists of 25 to 30 mothers. So we select them and then we give knowledge regarding diets, calories, how to convert carbohydrates, what to take, the amount of fat based on their workload. So we have this small group so that we can measure them one by one. And we tailor their diet based on their needs. Because this mother will have a different proportion compared to the other mothers. So they take notes of what she should eat. So seriously, okay, I can still have nasi in my sandwich. I can only eat 2 sandwich nasi. They take notes for themselves. And then after that, the next day we come and we calculate it. Within the week, they have the calendars. So it's quite tight. I have to travel every week to those places. And then afterwards, like I mentioned, we got the result quite impressive. And then the company gives rewards. Rewards is not in terms of money, but rewards in terms of land. For those who don't have land, or some of the farmers, they also have their land while they're working in the company, but they also have their land of Saudi. So the company provides them with assistance on how to plant palm oil in the dairy, using the right fertilizers and things like that. So it's a compliment, it's biosecurity, they got the benefits from the company, but the company also gets the benefits. Because if any company gets sick, occupational health, then the company has to be burdened by that. So, thank you. Dr. Didi, additional comments?
Yes, so based on this discussions and just what we just share about the real situation and the real cases, now we understand. When you want to present something, it's not only about counseling, not only about penyuluhan. Usually people but we want to do the intervention and then we need to do the counseling first. No, not like that. If the situation is like this, look this way, they don't aware that actually obesity or fat is a problem. So it is a stage of pre-contemplation from what Anasha shared. So they don't think this is so they don't know. Then we need a counselor to enhance the awareness. That actually the way it is. That's why that's the part, the place where we will implement the counseling as one of our interventions. But if the awareness is there, everything is there, then they evaluation program should be more tailored, more direct to what they actually want to do. And like Group said, we give them the engineering. If we give them a component of engineering, it's not recommended by public health, high school or something like that. It's not. So, but because we understand what they did, and this is necessary, and somehow we believe that it can boost the implementation in quantum system. So this is fine. So that's why actually we have a message. That's why this model that this session was shared is to help us systematically think what kind of implementation or program we will conduct. Not just follow, just like, oh, yesterday like this, follow like this, because it's just like a program. So usually just go.
Always counseling. Well, actually, everyone knows about it. Everyone knows smoking is harmful, but how can we stop? There's still a question mark. I think that's all for today's discussion. We hope you get the benefit for discussion. Okay, thank you for your participation, and also that just wraps up our morning sessions. Now we are in the 12 p.m. We are having lunch break sessions. Please enjoy your lunch, and if you want to have a prayer session, you can take in the 4th floor and also in our mosque. Please return to this room at 1 p.m. You have 1 hour in this lunch break, and please come back to this room at 1 p.m. Thank you. Enjoy your lunch.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yeah, I think the feedback was overall positive. They liked the genomics lecture and also the lab demonstration. They really like it. You can tell from their engagement. They really enjoyed it. They asked so many questions. And we did some demonstration. And they really love the demonstration, the hands-on demonstration in the lab. So generally the feedback was positive and really good.
Okay, well, there is a lot of memories that I have seen and remember during this week. One of those was the new knowledge that I know about the new tropical disease and the advance or the current situation of those diseases in Indonesia and overseas. Also, when we gather in the lab, learning new things about whole genome sequencing.
For me, I think for the knowledge that I gain, because of this is the international summer course regarding the global health. So I thought as a medical student for the global health, it's only involving medical specialties like doctors, medical assistant and nurse. But after I came here for a week, the summer course teach me to realize that the global health, including all of many professions such as engineering, psychologists, epidemiologists. So and also it introduced me to the One Health concept, which is very new to me, which is involving the environment, the human and also the animal health. So yeah, I think it's very useful for me in the future as a medical doctor.
Selama saya di kegiatan ini saya merasa saya telah mengupgrade knowledge saya dan juga merefreshing ilmu yang sebelumnya sudah saya pelajari, dan itu merupakan suatu keharusan dari seorang dosen juga dokter untuk mengikuti perkembangan keilmuan, dan kegiatan ini merupakan salah satu wadah yang sangat bermanfaat.
For me, I believe to be involved more of the students, because this knowledge really buds from the younglings to endorse, and because we say nip it from the bud. Yeah.
Nah, kebetulan kan aku PPDS mata, jadi kasus kami kebanyakan tuh katarak dan glaukoma yang disebabkan oleh penyakit-penyakit seperti hipertensi dan diabetes mellitus. Jadinya pada Global Health Summer Course ini kita ada membahas non-communicable disease, yang dimana kadang kita terlalu terfokus sama penyakit utamanya, hipertensi, DM, tapi kita nggak fokus sama apa penyebab dari penyakit tersebut. Nah, karena ada banyak dibahas soal itu, jadinya manfaat kita jadi bisa lebih aware sama penyakit-penyakit itu.
So I think the summer course has been very fun, and not only the participant but I myself, I learned so much, not only from the other speakers from outside Indonesia but also from the students, how they could be very creative and provide solutions to the health problems in the community. So I can't wait to have another summer course next year.
Okay, so 3 words for summer course will be very interesting and meaningful and very eye-widening.
Okay, 3 words for the summer course. I would say like it's an excellent workshop. So there are lots of interactive studies. So we're not just given theories. So it should be easier for the students to apply it in real life.
Keren, bagus, dan sukses.
Luar biasa dan
menyala summer course-ku.
This year's summer course is very nice. I gain many knowledge from the course and also gain a new colleges.
Keren, fantastis, bombastis.
So 2 words for summer course is innovative, motivational, and interesting.
Summer course for me it's like a new alignment, new perspective, and fun.
in the sample students, we want to assemble, and we have the reference, they look quite similar.
It's very easy, we only have one reference that we use. For other bacteria, it might be more difficult, you might have different strain types.
One of the ways we target and amplify these genes is to use 6 layers.
So it means that we can actually add multiple different samples to the same sequencing run. And because we have the barcodes, it means that once the sequencing is complete,
type might be susceptibility to disease, for example. What we do is
Yeah, I mean, it's very well organized. I love the locations, both here, obviously, today, and also at the campus. It was amazing. So yeah, it's really well organized.
I think this event has been a fantastic experience, not just for us as the speakers, but for the participants, because it has enabled large-scale collaboration of a range of researchers who are interested in understanding genomics. And we as speakers are feel very fortunate to be able to share our knowledge on how we can analyze sequence data.
I would say fulfilling and inspiring journey.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Analysis, all about genomics and other omics, which is very, very important. And it is difficult, but they are doing extremely well. They're learning a lot, and they are gaining lots of new knowledge, and they will, in the main, use it in their laboratories, which will be beneficial.
So the future looks like, I think, hopefully will encompass more people who are doing different studies, and also hopefully after this course they'll find our teachings useful and also inspire more collaborations from the teaching. Exactly, looking forward to come here again with bigger crowd.
For the next event, I hope that there are way more people, because we want to, impart our knowledge on more people, as much people as possible, and hopefully in a place as beautiful as Bukit Lawang.
Assalamualaikum and salam sejahtera. Indeed, it is a good opportunity. I'm very grateful to be able to come here because this is a course that covers a few topics related to bioinformatics, which is relevant to what I do. And also, this is a great opportunity for me
to meet other people, yeah, from other countries and possible collaboration also with Indonesia and also with other countries who came to this workshop.
Okay, this event I think is well organized, and the workshop materials are well thought of. So I want to commend the organizers and as well as the resource people for this event.
I would say this event was outstanding, and other than that, also the environment is very good. Like we got opportunity to see the two different cities. The one was in Medan, the other was in Bukit Lewak, and this is a very beautiful city, I must say. Thank you.
I think it is a very good event and very useful for me as a clinician, as a parasitologist. And this 5 days event is very benefit for me to learn something about bioinformatics. I learned a lot of it and have a lot of collaboration with all the researchers. Maybe for 3 days, maybe not enough, but 5 days is very beneficial for me.
It's fun and it's helpful and it's constructive. Yeah.
It is wonderful. Yes, and beyond my expectation, really. Thank you, guys.
The one sentence simply I would like to say, it's wonderful. It's wonderful regarding knowledge. It's wonderful regarding practical technique, and wonderful regarding around the environment and the learning environment and the support. So this is new for me because as I'm saying, I want to say this is new for me.
Excellent.
Yes, this summer course is really challenging but also really satisfying at the same time. So thank you so much for organizing this event.
It's an overall great experience. Yeah.
The sample genome is what we want to assemble and have the reference data quite similar.
It's very easy. We only have one reference that we use. For other bacteria, it might be more difficult. It might have different strain types.
And one of the ways we target and amplify these genes is to use 16S.
multiple different samples to the same sequencing run. And because we have the barcodes, it means that once the sequencing is complete,
So it might be susceptibility to disease, for example. What we do is
Yeah, I mean, it's very well organized. I love the locations, both here, obviously, today, and also at the campus. It was amazing. So yeah, it's really well organized.
I think this event has been a fantastic experience, not just for us as the speakers, but for the participants, because it has enabled large-scale collaboration of a range of researchers who are interested in understanding genomics. And we as speakers feel very fortunate to be able to share our knowledge on how we can analyze sequence data.
I would say fulfilling and inspiring journey.
Oh, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Analysis, all about genomics and other omics, which is very important. And it is difficult, but they are doing extremely well. They're learning a lot, and they are gaining lots of new knowledge, and they will, in the main, use it in their laboratories, which will be beneficial.
So the future looks like, I think, hopefully will encompass more people who are doing different studies, and also hopefully after this course they'll find our teachings useful, and also inspire more collaborations from the teaching. Exactly, looking forward to come here again with bigger crowd.
For the next event, I hope that there are way more people, because we want to, impart our knowledge on more people, as much people as possible, and hopefully in a place as beautiful as Bukit Lawang.
Okay, Assalamualaikum and Salam Sejahtera. Indeed, it is a good opportunity. I'm very grateful to be able to come here because this is a course that covers a few topics related to bioinformatics, which is relevant to what I do. And also, this is a great opportunity for me to meet other people from other countries, and possible collaboration also with Indonesia and also with other countries who came to this workshop.
Okay, this event I think is well organized, and the workshop materials are well thought of. So I want to commend the organizers, and as well as the resource people for this event.
I would say this event was outstanding, and other than that, also the environment is very good. Like we got opportunity to see the two different cities. The one was in Medan, the other was in Bukit Lawang, and this is a very beautiful city, I must say. Thank you.
I think it is a very good event and very useful for me as a clinician, as a parasitologist. And this 5 days event is very benefit for me to learn something about bioinformatics. I learned a lot of it and have a lot of collaboration with all the researchers. Maybe for 3 days, maybe not enough, but 5 days is very beneficial for me.
I think it's fun and it's helpful and it's constructive. Yeah.
It is wonderful. Yes, and beyond my expectation, really. Thank you, guys.
The one sentence simply I would like to say, it's wonderful. It's wonderful regarding knowledge. It's wonderful regarding practical technique, and wonderful regarding around the environment and the learning environment and the support. So this is new for me, because as I'm saying, I want to say this is new for me.
excellent.
Yes, this summer course is really challenging but also really satisfying at the same time. So thank you so much for organizing this event.
It's an overall great experience. Yeah.
One Health has become more important in recent years. It is an approach that recognizes that the health of the people is closely connected to the health of animals and our shared environment. We are very delighted that we are able delivering this course in a hybrid format to ensure the involvement of as many as professionals from Indonesia but also worldwide.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I officially open this conference. I hope that all conference participants can take advantage of this momentum to get the information they need.
Saya Edi Rahmayadi, Gubernur Sumatera Utara, mendukung Summer Course Understanding One Health issue in Southeast Asia.
I find this event, the One Health summer course in USU, is very interesting. There's a lot of topics that is covered because One Health is a new concept that is going to be big in the future, and I hope what we gather here can be put in practice, especially in Indonesia. So it's really nice to meet other participants from other fields. It has been very fruitful and very interactive between the participants and the speakers, and I, as a molecular biologist, have learned a lot of things.
As we understand that One Health approach is considered as the most strategic approach in solving various problems related to human, animal, and environment. So I found that this event, the One Health Summer Course organized by USU, is a very important event actually, and hopefully the participants would of course have a better understanding about the concept of One Health, and secondly it is expected that with increasing understanding we would find better solution for our health problem to reach the SDGs. Yes. Okay.
Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, of One Health Summer Course with the theme Understanding One Health Issues in Southeast Asia.
I'm very glad to have this One Health Summer Course in 2022 because I think this course can enhance our knowledge and from this knowledge can be gained from different perspectives from different experts. So it's some kind of information sharing from different experts to everyone here, participants, and also for the speakers.
This is very good one, good starting from two aspects. First, from the collaboration of different sectors, and because improving health and well-being cannot be done with only one sector, so it's kind of partial. The second one is the education, because we need one of the approach for everything. I think still can be most efficient and effective from education.
Jadi harapan saya kedepannya acara-acara seperti ini akan rutin dilakukan ya, dengan menambah data-data baru, atau malah saya kepikiran untuk menambahkan materi ini ke materi kuliah. Nah, kalau bisa materi kuliah yang melibatkan fakultas-fakultas lain, misalnya fakultas pertanian, kemudian dan fakultas farmasi, nah atau fakultas kesehatan masyarakat juga. Nah, ke depannya.
I think it's a fantastic course and a really great start. Like, it'd be really exciting if it can be built upon that new groups, new research projects, new understandings can sort of be built around this One Health framework. So I think that the skills and the things that people will learn from participating, hopefully they can bring back next year and discuss, new ideas and new problems in this sort of holistic way.
You always hope that when you have things like this that you really encourage people to promote more collaboration, so that there's some really exciting stuff being done here. So you want to go away and think, how can you interact with each other? How can you improve, help each other get to the next step? So that's the main thing. The next thing is, with these things you want it bigger and better and more engagement, more money to support it, and for Inca to do more of the same next time round. So yeah, I think I don't have anything bad to say. I think it's really good, and I'm really enjoying my time here. So thank you.
Hello, I'm Rintis Novianti. I'm really glad that I'm joining this event. This is such very prestigious event that I know of before. So I guess in the future I would love to have some kind of event like this held in USU, so that so many people can get the benefit of it, and then the concept of One Health can be applied in many places in Indonesia.
Ya, acara ini sangat bagus ya, terutama bagi kami ternyata beberapa kegiatan itu perlu kolaborasi gitu. Selama ini kita tidak tidak juga mungkin kepikiran bahwa ada kaitan antara penelitian di kedokteran dengan di kehutanan gitu ya, dan ternyata tadi juga dengan teman-teman di biologi gitu. Jadi memang ini sangat bagus ya untuk meningkatkan pemahaman tentang One Health ini. Ya, harapan kedepannya adalah bahwa semakin terjalin kolaborasi ya antara berbagai peneliti termasuk fakultas kedokteran, kan fakultas kehutanan, dan juga saya pikir ada beberapa kolega lain di sini yang ternyata mungkin memiliki interest yang sama gitu ya, terkait dengan One Health issue gitu.
Event ini merupakan event yang sangat bagus ya, membahas dari isu kesehatan untuk memahami understanding One Health issue in Southeast Asia. Event ini untuk pada awal dari hari pertama sampai saat ini, materi-materi yang disampaikan dengan speaker yang sangat luar biasa, informasi yang disampaikan juga sangat bagus, informatif. Kedepannya ini akan bisa terus berlangsung, bisa terus berlanjut di tempat-tempat yang bagus ya. Sekarang teman-temannya isu kedepannya bisa di daerah lain untuk memperkenalkan One Health Summer Course ini di beberapa provinsi di Indonesia gitu.
memiliki kekuatan yang memberi langkah tepat arah untuk mendaki hal rintangan dan bertemu dengan angan. Lihatlah semua insannya mengabdi pada Tridharma. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Melintang mencipta padu bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan. Transformasi berwujud nyata, yang terbaik ada di sini. Menetaskan insan harapan, memberi percaya pada dunia. Kesetiaan merajut asa, gelap jadi terang cahaya. Pelita mencipta padu bersama. Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan. Transformasi berwujud nyata, yang terbaik ada di sini.
Kedudukan beda didik dan ajar, ku tetapkan asa balik akal dan nalar. Di tempat ini ku belajar mengakar, kesempatan untuk kembali berpijar. Membumi kembali itu abdi Ibu Pertiwi, lampaui lewat jendela dunia pahami. Karya nyata kausa prima, cipta asa bekerja sama.
Ibu Pertiwi,
Make them proud to the fullest.
kini, esok dan seterusnya.
Let the saga continue.
Setiap berkarya dalam
No doubt, keep it rocking.
bentuk
Legacy,
langkah di
loyalty.
hadapan.
Still rocking it.
Universitas Sumatera Utara 70 tahun sudah membangun bersama, tempat meraih cita dan harapan. Transformasi berwujud nyata, yang terbaik ada di sini. 70 tahun bersama, yang terbaik selalu ada di
Still
sini.
rocking it.
Yes, yang terbaik ada di sini.
pancur sisa melameringus mo bagai turang ale merdida kalak mo bekel masada duan dando ale kaki papo duan dando ale kaki papo.
Ketemu
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. How is everyone doing now? Tired? Maybe we should have made the Mentimeter again, asking how is everyone feeling today. But I do hope you still have some energy, because this last part is actually not a very serious part. It's just about us from USU trying to share what we do from USU, like to solve and address global health issues that we identified in North Sumatra. So these projects that will be presented are actually a joint project established between Universitas Sumatera Utara and SingHealth Duke and US Global Health Institute, as also the summer course itself. So after listening to all the talks from Monday until this morning, I think you know, you are now updated of like global health issues that we have, specifically for this region and Indonesia, and again in North Sumatra. So our colleagues here from USU today, they will share about issues that they think they've seen as a major problem in North Sumatra, and will present not only about findings, but about how they think their methods to solve these issues. So I think I'm going to give this to Dr. Ihwan.
Thank you, Dr. Inge. Okay, so before RCC SDGI, Dr. Inge has already mentioned. Is anyone aware what SDGI stands for? SDGI. RCC SDGI. If you don't know what exactly, and probably will be confused why we taking a particular organization in our summer course. You will know SDGI, RCC. So RCC actually stands for Research Collaboration Center. Yeah. And SDGI is one organization in SingHealth in Singapore, SingHealth healthcare system. So SDGI, SingHealth, Duke and US, Global Health Institute. So that is an institute established in SingHealth. SingHealth as a healthcare entity, have many hospitals, and as an academic entity, partnership with Duke University, and it becomes SingHealth, Duke and US. So that RCC in this case is for USU side, and then SDGI is SingHealth side. If you have looked on our previous presenter speakers, you must be noticed there is a lot of SDGI logo. So our speakers, a lot of them are from SDGI. So this summer course is actually one of the output of our collaboration between USU and SingHealth in Singapore. So start from 2 years ago, we successfully managed to have a matching fund between USU and Singapore, SingHealth in Singapore. So for the first batch, there were 7 proposals have been funded, partially from USU and half from SingHealth in the US. And this year, the second batch, we have we have 9 proposals are funded from this RCC USU in the US. And this can be the examples if you would like to make a proposal to do research in the form of or in the area of global health. So these proposals can be the idea of our the topics of global health can be embracing the problems in healthcare in our country and also in our region. Okay, without further ado, so I think we can start from the first proposal, or the first presentation. So the project presentation starts from Putri PhD. So, so Dr. Putri is the chief for the leader of this project, and I think we can see a lot about the title is. It's a very interesting topic, and you can still see how far the project has already running until nowadays. Mostly of the project still in the ready phase, but the grants just, I think a few months ago, just launched or just released, and then now the researchers are busy with managing the project in the early phase. But we will see how far Dr. Putri already in the project. Yeah. Wow, nice. Yeah. We have 10 minutes Dr. Putri to tell us about this. So the research and project proposal should be prepared. So one principal investigator from Singapore side and the other from USU side. Yeah. Okay, Dr. Putri, please. Okay, another technical problem.
Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Like Dr. Iwan said, some of us perhaps still in the baby steps. I would say ours perhaps baby steps, very little, but hopefully later on we will run as fast as the unicorn. Our project title is Applying Current and Metrics Model to Develop and Evaluate the Implementations of a Global Health Course for Preclinical Medical Students at Universitas Sumatera Utara. The physical investigator is Ms. Courtney Davis, based in Singapore, and me and several others as our team member. So when we conduct this project, actually looking at the multidimensional health challenges and prepare future physicians on global health, knowing global health is such an important issue, and we also think that it is essential for us to understand and later on implement global health as part of our curriculum. So with that, Fakultas Kedokteran, Faculty of Medicine, Universitas Sumatera Utara has launched a global health course next semester, this coming semester. And then later on, once it is implemented, we will do an evaluation of the projects. So these are our research objectives. I will not go through it one by one, but I look at the key headers. First, we will develop a global health course. Application of Curtis model. We already in the stage of finishing the topics which will be delivered to the students, and then later, perhaps at the end of this year, this coming semester, we will implement the course itself to students, and then we also will evaluate the students on global health knowledge. We will have quizzes and posters on that, and then we will also evaluate the students' practice on global health. And then after that, we will assess the feasibility and sustainability of integrating this global health course into the regular curriculum in medical school, in our medical school. So now we are going back to almost like a
objectives of the projects, and then we also will design the strategies for the educations, and then we will implement it and evaluate. So for the problem identifications and also targeted need assessment, we will conduct a focus group discussion pretty soon, as I hope. And with that, we will create or revise the goals and objective which has been set up, and then we will look into the strategies in delivering the course, and then the implementation itself and evaluations. For the Kirkpatrick evaluation model, there will be several levels which will be evaluated on the students who receive the course. Just as a reminder, the course itself for this semester, this coming semester, is still an elective course, and we will look at each level, their reactions and their learning behavior and the result itself. All this evaluation, hopefully we will have it written down and published at the later of the day. Like I mentioned earlier, we will have two methods in this project. The first one is qualitative, and the second one will be quantitative. For the qualitative, we will conduct focus group discussions among lecturers, instructors, faculty representatives, and also parts of the SDGI. And then we will revise or create course structures and evaluation form for we will develop its instruments for the evaluation form. And then the second part, the quantitative, the survey, pre and post will be done by the participant will be student. It will be conducted at the very beginning of the course, and then after the course completions, and then 6 months after, which is when the students are at the clinical residency or clinical phase. And then we will compare the data and do the analysis on this data. So we will we will have a mixed data analysis, pre and post on the students, and also comparing the between students and instructors. So the study sample will be final year pre-clinical students, 7th semester, estimated around 80 students. Like I mentioned earlier, this is an elective course, so they have a choice choosing between, I forgot, between 3 to 4 elective courses this coming semester. So the student will be given reading information sheet, and then to be included in this project, they will also have to sign informed consent, and then they will be enrolled later on. By June last month, June 2025, we already got the ethical clearance for this project. We will develop the course between July to September. Hopefully, it will run as scheduled. And in November 2025, we will implement the course to the students, as well as the evaluation, the pre-test, and then 1 year after, we will do the post-test evaluation. I'm just going to show you the information sheet, which will be delivered to the student. And then we also have, this is the informed consent. As you can see as well here, our team, there's me, Dr. Courtney, Prof. Rina Amelia, which is the head of program studi S1 Kedokteran, and there's Dr. Inke, Dr. Henry Wijaya, Ms. Natasha Tai, the first presenter for today, and Dr. Fauzi Budi. This is our IRB, or ethical clearance. We already finished it already. And the activities, the in-class activities will be a 1 week or around 10 days lecture. And we also have outdoor activities. The student will visit primary healthcare, peri-urban and rural area. They also visit the community dwelling at both sites. We also have planned to visit the ecotourism site. And out of these outdoor activities, we plan the students to have a small project as well. Hopefully later on we will work on it, and keep finger crossed, we will publish the project result. And for the clinical phase, during the clinical phase, we will do an evaluation as the one mentioned earlier, which is 6 months after the project implemented. And that will be the end of my slide. Thank you very much. I'll give it back to the moderator, Dr. Irwan, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Putri. So, yeah, probably we can let the all speakers present their work, and then afterwards, if we have time, we can start the discussion. So, what I would like to emphasize about the Dr. Putri's project is that the global health, we have to start it from education, right? So we have to embed that in the curriculum of the student. So the awareness of the people from the early stage of their education is important. So they know what is the global health is, yeah. And hopefully the idea of the global health to achieve the SDGs goals, we can get it in 2030. Okay, so we have Prof. Sarma now, I think in the Zoom. Prof. Sarma, are you already there in the Zoom?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, Prof. Sarma, how are you?
Good afternoon, I'm fine.
Yeah,
Can you help me to make my slide presentation?
Yeah, okay.
Because I make my handphone.
Oh, okay. So,
Okay.
have you give the slide? Do you have the slide to show, or? Ada slide yang mau dipresentasikan? Oh, sudah. Oh, okay. Oh, okay, okay. We will present from here. Okay.
Yeah.
Good. Yeah. Okay, so Prof. Sarma is from Department of Obstetrics and Gynecology, and also Prof. Sarma have a partnership in the project with the principal investigator from Singapore as well, and we are looking forward to see what project is Prof. Sarma now doing, and how far it already go. I think we are waiting for the, yeah?
Thank you. Good afternoon to the audience, and thank you to moderator. Now I will present our research about no, the title, the title.
Previous slide, please.
Previous slide.
The title. Probably Dr. Hermawan can be behalf of Prof. Sarma there in front of the computer.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, please, Prof. Sarma.
Our project, our research, the title of our research is Evaluation on Coverage Determinant Indicators for Maternal, Child Health, and Nutrition Delivered through the health system. Next slide. As a background, access to quality healthcare for vulnerable women and children is vital to reducing preventable death and improving well-being. In North Sumatra, many still face barrier to accessing and using essential health services due to social, economic, and structural factors. This project will identify key challenges and develop strategies to address the gaps, aiming to improve healthcare equity and outcomes in the region. Next slide. As a methodology in our research approach with mixed method, quantitative and qualitative study, with explore challenges in primary healthcare and maternal neonatal services, and location our study in Medan district, Langkat, Deli Serdang. Respondent and the sampling in our project 5 primary healthcare per district, which is that from random sampling, 25 primary healthcare staff per district, 375 household, and we do FGDs from household subset. Next slide. Next slide. Hello. Timeline for this project from month 1 to 2, we have start from May 2025, document review, HMIS data assessment, site selection, and ethics approval. From month 3 to 4, develop tools, train interviewers, define key indicators, and from months 5 to 12, data collection, FGD, and in-depth interview, household survey in 15 primary healthcare. From months 13 to 16, we can do data analysis and follow-up strategy development. From month 17 to 18, report preparation, dissemination, and academic publication. Next slide.
Oh, it's very huge amount of money, Prof. Sarma.
Aduh.
Okay.
For expensive list,
Then we can do next. Next slide.
it's about research assistant, ethical approval, research permit at each district, in-depth interview, FDGs, household health survey, tools and material for data collection and analysis, anthropometric kit, Zoom, site initiation visit, workshop and stakeholder, dissemination meeting, publication, Singapore permit visit to Medan, stationary contingency total is about $500,000. Next slide. We have ethical clearance, and next slide. Research permit letter from Kabupaten Deli Serdang and Kota Madya Medan. Next slide. Next slide. And 5 community health centers with the highest number of pregnant and childbirth. It is Puskesmas Amplas, Terjun, Rengas Pulau, Bromo, and Puskesmas Terjun 2. Next slide. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Sarma. I think we have quite ample of time. If someone would like to ask questions to Dr. Putri and Prof. Sarma, any questions about the research? Probably still wondering why why we should do this research. Anybody would like to address question? Yeah, Prof. Sarma, I would like to ask, what is actually the problem in the maternal and also neonatal in the area that you would like to observe? What are the problems actually that you have to do this research? Yeah.
Thank you. I would like to try answer your question. In 3 districts and from 33 districts in Sumatera Utara province, Medan, Deli Serdang is have a highest maternal mortality rate until now. So we choose 3 districts for to know how to reduce maternal mortality rate in 3 districts.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Sarma. I think we probably can recall back to the slide, the presentations I think yesterday. That if you probably remember, the MDGs from the Millennial Development Goals, which country has already can overcome or can achieve that? The Millennial Development Goals. I think it's, anybody still remember? Indonesia for sure not successfully in MDGs, but for the MDGs, I think it was Vietnam, right? Vietnam was the one country in Asia, Southeast Asia, that successfully, I think it's about reducing the maternal mortality rate, if I remember correctly, or there is some other country that are also successfully can reduce the, I think in Vietnam, I think in Vietnam they successfully reduce the maternal and neonatal death. Why in Indonesia we still cannot overcome that, Prof. Sarma? So already like they already successfully in 2015, and now already like 10 years Vietnam successfully overcome that problem. We Indonesia still cannot overcome the problem.
Dr. Ikhwan, maybe I can help with answering. This is Dr. Iman.
Yeah, please, Dr. Iman.
Yeah, we already reduced our maternal mortality and our neonatal mortality quite a lot, but we still have a long way to go from the number of 359 in the year of 2015 at the end of the MDGs. Right now we are at 183 in 2020, and our target now is 70 by the end of 2030 for the Sustainable Development Growth SDGs. So we are already on our way, but we still have a lot of work to do, and we hope that the results of our research here will contribute to reducing the maternal and neonatal mortality rate.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Dr. Iman. Okay, give the applause to Prof. Sarma and the team. Yeah, this is really give the impact to the global health, about the maternal and neonatal death. So we do work really hard to achieve our goals into 2030. Yeah.
Okay, the next presentation, the next project is
led by
Dr. Badai.
Dr. Badai is from pediatric department. He's a specialist, subspecialist in
clinical care.
He's the consultant in
emergency and intensive care pediatric.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for chance for me. Allow me to try my best for presenting my research in English because my mother language is English. Okay, the main problem for our research is as emergency and intensive pediatrician, we concern most about the referral system in North Sumatra. As our hospitals, my hospital and providing this USU hospital as a referral hospital in North Sumatra, we find a lot of problems receiving patients in critical condition. We receive the patient, so the terms is dead on arrival. We found the patient arrive in hospital in dead condition, or before they transfer or refer to our hospital in a bad condition, and after arrive in our hospital, we have to save their airway, breathing, and others. So many hospitals don't do stabilization in their hospital regarding referring to our hospitals. Yes, this is our collaborators from North Sumatra and KK Hospital in Singapore. And this is the actual fact for our province of North Sumatra Utara. Okay, 1.1 million children under the age of 5. There are 303 registered pediatrician, and all of pediatric emergency intensive care, pediatrician of emergency and intensive care, and pediatric emergency and intensive care facilities remain centralized in Medan. And 3 regencies do not have any pediatric specialist or do not have pediatrician. For Nias Barat, Tapanuli Utara, Alhamdulillah, thank to God, we have a collaboration to Nias province, to Nias district, collaboration for the residency, but it begins this semester. So it will take maybe 4 years. In the next, they have pediatrician. 3 district, Nias Barat, and Tapanuli Utara have no pediatrician here. And for Adam Malik General Hospital, Prof. CPL USU, only 2 government hospital have pediatrician of emergency and critical care. The others, like Haji General Hospital, Tringadi, Amrit Tambunan, Abdul Manan Regional Hospital, they have PICU or PICU beds, but there are no pediatrician, emergency, and critical care. This is the condition of patients. If these patients refer to our hospital, maybe there is no obstacles or there is no emergency for here. But these are the condition of patient that we always face for the referral system. The first, the patient gets seizures, yeah, and they contact to us to refer the patient, and we answer that. We give advice, stabilize the patient for the seizures and after and the airway, and after that refer to us. And this one has a distress of breathing. Yes, we give the advice for intubate the patient, for transferring to our hospital. And this one, seizures and difficulty of breathing. Yeah, for this patient, we give the advice, seizure management and intubation, referral of approval to PLUS Hospital. But when we agree to refer the hospital, they didn't do this advice. arrived in our hospital, apnea and cardiac arrest. We did the resuscitation, and after that, excitus or death in our emergency room. Nah, current condition of pediatric emergency services in North Sumatra increased because of that lack of availability or limited availability, increases the need for patient referrals to facilities in Medan. For the government hospitals, Adam Malik and CPL USU Hospital, we have only 13 beds for referring patient or for the critical care patients. It contain it contain 2 referral system in all of North Sumatra Utara hospitals. Yeah, this is our limitation. And stabilizing patient prior to transfer is essential. This is the problems. Lack of infrastructure and equipment. There are still hospitals that have P2 beds, but the infrastructure and equipment, there are limitation for them. Not adequate trained healthcare worker, absence of standard operating procedure, and this is the most we find about rush management of emergency response. Objective, strengthening the capacity of healthcare providers, designing a train-the-trainer program, developing training modules tailored to the needs of health worker, conducting ongoing monitoring. So the main resources of our research is, first, we get the FGD, focus group discussion, for the 9 hospitals in North Sumatra that always refer the patient to Adam Malik and USU Hospital for what they need to make the training for the emergency children health condition. We thank God we have completed, or we have conducted the 8 hospitals, because one still pending, the FGD for the nurse in emergency ward, and then doctors in emergency ward, and ambulance driver, and the head of emergency ward, and for the management in the hospitals. So
Dr. Badai, you have 1 minute.
Yes, directly, because there are so many. Okay, directly, we found the lack of resources and lack of the knowledge about identifying the emergency situation or critical condition for the patient. That's why we always find the patients arrive to our hospital in the bad condition. Yes, and then maybe, yes, this is our timetable. We do the FGD. After that, we collect the problems, and we create the modules of the training, and we train the trainers for that modules, and the trainers that we train the doctors, nurse, and pediatrician in their hospital. This is the first step, and if we have another grant, so they will train the others, like MLM. Thank you. Good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Badai. So I think we will listen to the presentations of Dr. Ivana and Dr. Taufik, and if we still have time, we will have a discussion. And then the next is, I think, Dr. Ivana. Dr. Ivana is from USU Hospital, USU CPL Hospital, and also from Department of Public Health at Faculty of Medicine.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for having me today in the summer course event. I'm going to provide our study which collaborated with us SDHI, the foundation of SDHI and USU. Our topic is about strengthening health systems to improve early breast cancer diagnosis in Team, I am as the principal Prof. Tan Hyang Kun as the Senior Consultant and CEO of Singapore General Hospital. Our team in Indonesia, and also we partner with the SDHI partners with Dr. Isti from Department of Community Medicine, and we partnered with Kaisin Yi as the co-PI and Nursara Suprait as the researcher from the Global Health System SDHI. We also involve some of the lecturers from Department of Surgery, Medical Faculty of USU, Prof. Dedi Hermansyah, Dr. Denny Rifsal Siregar, and Dr. Andy Taribu. And we also collaborate with staff from Faculty of Social and Political Science of University Sumatera Utara. Breast cancer is one of the most prevalent cancers in Indonesia, and accounted for almost 17% of overall cancers. Incidence of breast cancer in 2019 is around 69,000 cases, and around and 26,000 cases deaths due to breast cancer. Looking at the comparison of 5-year survival of breast cancer, we have a high disparity between Indonesia and high-income country. The 5 survival years for the patients is only 55%, while other countries such as USA and Japan, they reach almost 90% of the patients still survive within 5 years. This shows maybe because of the late of diagnosis, so it's giving only limit the decision making and also treatment options for the patients. So it's likely 60% of the cases comes at late stage. In addition to that, the comparison of disability adjusted life years in 2019 reported that Indonesia has 378.1 DALYs per 100,000 persons. And global, while global is only 267 DALYs per 100,000. This means that the loss of healthy life in breast cancer is for these years. Although we already run a screening program in 2007, the findings of the screening is only 18.7% of the target group within 2016. So actually, the purpose of this program for the clinical breast examination, they aim to screen 50% of the women aged 30 to 50, should be 50%. However, unfortunately, we only can find this. This shows that we have challenge in screening and the health system that we need to assess more. looking at the GloboCan data in 2020, on the left side we can see that breast cancer take in the pink area show has 17.6% among other cancers in the world, in Indonesia, I'm sorry. And looking at the right side, even though the incidence of breast cancer based on age standardized rate is still lower from the high income countries, but the mortality rate here is still higher than high income country. So it shows that we still have a lot of problems in detection of breast cancer screenings and also the treatment of the patients, maybe due to the late stage of coming to the health facilities. We already conducted a systematic review and we have found 3 overarching themes. It included psychological and health literacy factors that deters the people to have an early stage of health seeking. And the topic also covered the health system related factors that contributed to the diagnostic delays, and also socio-economic and cultural factors such as low education, low income levels in the rural residency. So our study aims to reduce the rate of diagnosis of breast cancer. So we need to validate the systematic review that we already conducted in Medan with a focus of access to diagnostic services and patient-provider communication. And after that, in the next step, we will sit together with the local stakeholders to co-create actionable strategies that can be implemented in the future for the Medan area to improve the early breast screenings diagnosis rates. And at the third phase, we will going to have a pilot and evaluate the effectiveness of the strategies that recommended by the local stakeholders and also with the team. So we will produce these 6 aspects. Maybe if you want to see why we get funds from the SDHI, because we have the 5 outputs. First, to identify the barriers, we will have the reports, and then the stakeholder engagement summary through a workshop session in the second phase, and then we will pilot the interventions, including education campaign, a streamlined referral pathway, and communication training program to PKK cadres, and also for the primary care doctors. And also we were going to have an evaluation report to show whether the implementation is effective or not. And also have 2 academic outputs and also a policy paper. So these are the steps of our studies. The phase 1, validating and contextual barriers. We're going to have 7 focus group discussions and 11 key informant interviews, and also to map out the healthcare systems that we can identify which become the barriers. And we will streamline the findings to make a recommendation for the strategy in the future. And the next step is co-creating actionable strategies, which include stakeholder workshops. And then we're going to involve the patients, providers, and also policymakers. Then we will design the intervention, including the education, referral system improvement, and provide communication training. And also piloting the evaluation to show that these strategies are effective or not. And then monitoring and evaluation post the implementation. So we're going to conduct a mixed methods approach. So we will have qualitative approach using the FGDs and also key informant interviews, and then we have a secondary data using the healthcare system mapping using the purposive sampling. So we will involve breast cancer survivors from 4 hospitals, from Adam Malik Hospital, USU Hospital, Murni Teguh Hospital and also Royal Prima Hospital. And we will collect the data using the audio recordings, and then we will transcribe the data, and then we will verify for the second time with our partners in the field. So these are our participants, and also the key informant interviews that we aim to provide the insights into systematic and policy-related barriers. So our data will be inputted in a software system named NVivo. We will code and find the themes, and then we will provide the information and using narration in the presentation. And for the quantitative analysis in the future, we will do a quantitative approach. So we will use Tata, SPSS, and use Microsoft Excel. So we have 18 months of project. So based on each step, we already have in this table. And we are also progressing. So we will just receive, it's not even funded yet. It's just say that you get the grant. But even though we haven't get the money, but we already try to boost. We already obtained the ethical clearance. We already contact the BRIDA. You know BRIDA. BRIDA is a institution in Medan. If you want to conduct a research involving stakeholders or government in Medan, we need to get the approval from them. And we already run one key informant interview to district health office in Medan. So we found out about role of healthcare funding and capitation models, how the referrals pathways of cancer screenings, and then the bottleneck of the systems, and the healthcare financing and national funding priorities, which already ongoing for the transcription. So at the end, after seeing the burden of the breast cancer in Medan, we need to present critical steps towards addressing the standing challenge of the late stage presenting breast cancer patients in Medan. So after that, we can create an actionable strategies in the future, not only for Medan, but also Indonesia or worldwide that has typical resources like we have in Indonesia. I think that's all from me. Thank you very much for your attention. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Salam. Thank you very much, Dr. Ivana. So this is also like breast cancer is also a global problem, yeah. So in Indonesia especially, in Indonesia and also other lower middle income countries, yeah. So the patients come already later stage, which is then the survival rate is also lower. So then Dr. Ivana and teams would like to find what are the possible factors why the patients came later stage, right? Probably because they are reluctant
or shame. Because many programs we saw like Sadari program, yeah? So still not really giving a bigger impact. So hopefully from this research we can know what is actually from the culture
basic as well.
What is actually in North Sumatra the particular problem that we can address to make a patient quite earlier. Okay, the next
presenter. So I think
should go to Dr. Taufik. So Dr. Taufik can announce then Dr. Taufik. So Dr. Taufik is already here with us. So he is Dr. Taufik is internist and subspecialist in gastroenterology and hepatology.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for organized committee to invite me to join in this program. I will present my research. This research collaboration with the Singapore Health Institute. Our research is accuracy of spleen stiffness, APRI score, and M2 BPGI to predict esophageal varices in liver cirrhosis. Yeah, this is a principal investigator from the Universitas Sumatera Utara. There is some hepatologists, yeah, and then from the Singapore General Hospital there is Professor Chow Wan Cheng. Yeah, and this is my co-principal investigator. There is hepatologist from Adam Malik Hospital Medan. Yeah, for background, liver cirrhosis is one of the disease, chronic liver disease. Yeah, in Asian country had a large incidence. I think approximately 267 per 100,000 cases, and the liver cirrhosis is 9th leading cause of death in Southeast Asia. In Indonesia, according to the Global Burden of Disease 2019, liver cirrhosis caused 55,000 deaths in Indonesia, and in 2022 Indonesia spent 330 billion to treat liver cirrhosis. So from this data we can see that the liver cirrhosis is the most disease in the hepatologist area. And liver cirrhosis have risk to developing to develop esophageal varices, and then esophageal varices have a gold standard diagnostic by esophagogastroduodenoscopy, or we call the AGD, yeah. But unfortunately that AGD have some limitation. This is have relative costly, and then EGD have invasive method and uncomfortable method, and especially in low to middle income country, the availability of AGD is limited. Jadi there is a limitation of the AGD in the rural area. So if there is limitation of AGD in the rural area, can lead to delay in diagnosis of esophageal varices, and this can make increase the mortality and morbidity in the liver cirrhosis patient. So in our research to determine any other diagnostic like non-invasive method that can predict the esophageal varices. In the previously study, there is a non-invasive examination such as splenic stiffness, APRI score, and M2 BPGI liver. The three of examination, this is a non-invasive method, and we hope the three of method can make substitute the AGD procedure, because the non-invasive method is more cheaper and have lower complication method compared to the AGD procedure. So in my research, the object of my research is to evaluate it, accuracy of the three of methods to predict esophageal varices in liver cirrhosis. Significance of our research, number one is this study can assess effective the spleen stiffness examination, APRI score, and M2 BPGI in reduce the dependency in AGD procedure. Number 2 is non-invasive parameter is less invasive method will reduce complication for the procedure because non-invasive method no need to anesthesia. Number 3 is this advantage will significantly impact the cost of examination, thereby reduce the economical burden of liver cirrhosis. And the last, as a result, esophageal varices screening can widely be applied to various healthcare facilities across not only in major city, but we can screening in rural area. Methods. This research is cross-sectional study in Adam Malik Hospital General Medan. We have inclusion criteria, liver cirrhosis patient older than 18 years old, and exclusion criteria, history of blood transfusion in last 3 months, and then esophageal varices due to problem other than liver cirrhosis, had received liver or spleen surgery, and patient with pregnant is exclusion criteria. And then all the sample patient with liver cirrhosis undergo to the AGD examination to predict severity of esophageal varices, and then we do spleen stiffness examination with the transient elastography and blood testing to calculate EPRI score and the M2 BPGI level. Statistic analysis, we can assess accuracy by sensitivitas, specificitas, and then ROC curve will be plotted and area under curve value will be calculated to analysis diagnostic performance of the 3 non-invasive procedure. Timeline and milestone. This research will be started in January until December 2025. Yeah, this is January to April, preparation and approval standard operation procedure, ethical clearance and survey. And then May to September, we get collecting data like AGD, liver stiffness, EPRI score, and M2 BPGA level data. And then October and November, drafting research report, reporting research outcome to every partner and stakeholder. And last December, research closing and discussion regarding potential research extension. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Taufik. So, yeah, really on time. Any questions from the audience about the last 2 or 3 projects? So the principle of this project should be have the impact to the global health. So we have to select the topics. Those are also problem with the worldwide, like the cirrhosis. Yeah, cirrhosis also happens all over the world. Yeah, especially because due to the infections of virus and also alcohol consumptions. And then we would like to, Dr. Taufik would like to find non-invasive strategy, to predict complications of liver cirrhosis, which is esophageal varices, which is really having a great impact if we can do this.
If this works, yeah. So I think we can continue. To give more time for discussion, and I think pretty close from our lunch. I think we can go ahead with the next presentation. We try to skip our break.
So I think we can continue
with Dr. Eka is from faculty of Universitas Sumatera Utara and have the partnership with SDGHI team in Singapore, and I would like to see about the sustainable agriculture. Yeah. Looking forward to your presentations. So this is the second batch. So we have
the participants or the applicants, not only from Faculty of Medicine. So we have also from Faculty of Public Health, and then from for the next batch, which the project is actually for 3 years. So the next batch we are expecting also from many more recipients, because the global health
is not cannot be overcome by only one discipline. We have to work hand in hand with multi-discipline.
Then we would like also to
invite
other colleagues, other disciplines to also think about
how to solve the problem that we are facing.
And also from the summer
Of course, and we already have a networking. So during this 1 week, and hopefully we will have a closer networking tomorrow during the weekend, because we have hopefully nice
to Samosir. And then
please use this opportunity
to get know to each other, and then to probably in the future we can work together to apply for the research grants together. Yeah, and from USU, Faculty of Medicine, USU, we are really welcome for any collaboration. So Dr. Eka, yeah. Okay. Oh, very beautiful slide.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everybody in here. Thank you for this slot from Faculty of Medicine. I'm from Yonever, from Faculty of Public Health, and today I'm to be the one PE investigator from the collaboration research USU with SingHealth Duke. Yeah, and our topic is talking about how towards health sustainable agriculture, with subtopic talking about the implementing precision technology to improve health outcomes. So in here, our background is starting from the traditional practice from our farmers, our community farmers, that we know that they always applicate in conventional and always exposure by the high pesticide and another chemical in the field or in the environment. And also the farmers in our country still has the lack of knowledge and the social culture and habit that not thinking about health, but just thinking about the productivity. This is the real phenomena that we are always happen in our community. So as the public health in here, we want to, our methodology in here, me and with also USU and the SingHealth Duke, talking about this with the methodology using participatory action research. This is a style like the how to engage and empower the community. And in here, I'm using from the Stringer knowledge, Stringer model, where is the participatory in here we always doing in is look, think, and action. What is look? Look is talk about how the participant observe anything that research that we are doing in here. And then they are also teach in think. In here, the participant will be reflect what something to do in this research. And then action, in here, the participant will be take the action. So 3 phase of here, we get collaboration with another part in the community. In here, I'm collaborate, we are from the researcher in here, and we are also collaborate with the stakeholder in here. I'm related with the agriculture department at the location of the research. And then the village government also, we are also take a collaboration with them. And the laboratorium, it is to increase and to complete it, our research in this community. And then, sorry, why it's not move? Something happened in this laptop. So it is our methodology. So it is include and collaborate with all of the team in the community, at the village, at our research location. And this is from here, I started for collecting the commitment from them. And we build them, educate them, and building the capacity or anything related with this research. Sorry, yeah. And this is the framework of our research. This is a participatory action research. At the first phase, we are doing identification of farming community readiness in here. Because what? It is the precision implementation. It is a new one. It is a new technology in here. And from this phase, the first phase, we also doing the survey of the readiness of the farmers, talking about the precision technology in agriculture. And then we got the commitment from them to adopt all of research to do in here, the participatory related about the precision technology. This is the first phase, and we are continue, after we has get this result, we are continue with the precision technology implementation, and in here, the participant, the farmers, stakeholders, and another that we are going to be one team. We are thinking together, we are participate together, we are identify, observe, and analysis together until at the last we will trying to fund the model of the smart and health farming in here. This is the goals of this research. So this is the part of the research process, and today is still ongoing because we are still in the phase 2, number 2. Yeah, for each cycle of this part is we are doing in 3 months and continue in 3 months and continue in 3 months, like that. And then this is maybe I just share what the activity in here. In here I get the communication directly with our community, the farmers, and always together with the stakeholder also in here and the village department on there. And we get the commitment for participation from the community. And I found six farmers that want to do this research together, how to implement the precision technology in agriculture. And then, after that, we always build their capacity. And in here, the real team for part technology in here. Actually, the first one is the investigator, me and Renzo Guido from Singholduk. And my team from USU is, I included in here Dr. Ahmad Siddiq Toha. He is able to do and help us to teach or educate the farmers about how to use the drone. And then Reni Novia, it is really talking about the fruit from the farmers' productivity. And in here from Singapore, we also have the team Zhang Feng Elliot. This is occupational health in here. And Daniel Mahazir also related with the health and the agriculture. And from the community, we build the team from stakeholder. We have 3-1, Mr. from Biopesticide Division, and then coordinator of extension worker, and then the plant pest and disease control. This talk about how we are prevent from the pesticide exposure. And for the farmers, so from the stakeholder also we are assisted by the extension worker from 2 villages that I have chosen in this part. And from the farmers, we also recruit the coordinator of the farmers in here is Mrs. Tumini. And we got 3 farmers at Desa Teluk and 3 farmers at Desa Karanggading, Kecamatan Secanggang. And this is our agent of change for precision technology agriculture. And when I do this experience, it is to be the new one and the new knowledge for us, for them, for the farmers community, because the precision is very new for us in Indonesia. So it is not simple, it's not easy. We have to try it, and it is to be the challenges as agent of change. And how to improve them to do the precision technology. In here we are research how they can promote the biopesticide to reduce the chemical exposure. Also we are educate them how to use drone to promote their agriculture, and then how to use sensor. So in here the farmers will be able to do something in their agriculture with new technology and to be smart and also help later. And maybe for the last, I want to see the process in 1 minute. You can see what have we done in here. The music is not here. Yeah. But it is the location. We are survey community of readiness. We are training of implementing of drone, and then participation in discussion and problem solving, and then the farmers also participation in preparation of biopesticide, and then we are also doing training about how to implement sensor agriculture. This is the phenomenal reel on there, so they are very excited in here. And this is our raw material, yeah, Oxalis dehydrogenensis from my research before, for my preliminary research. And this is the participation, and we also always doing the focus group discussion and collaboration with another people in that district or in that regency. So this is our PAR team and our PAR research. I hope it can be useful to asking you and make a new research or continue this research, because this is the first time for them. So this is the basic starting for traditional farmers in our country. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam. Thank you very much, Dr. Eka. I think we still have 1 minute. So, Dr. Eka, I'm wondering why you would like to go to the guava fruit farm instead of for the
main the crops or plants for our daily, like rice or other corn, something like the fruits.
Okay, why we are choosing the water guava? Here we call this honey guava. Actually, honey guava in this country is a local product. It is very specific Malay fruit. So when we are educated them on the sensor, we are still not found this fruit in the sensor, in the general sensor. So it will bring a new continuous research how we are creating a smart and the sensor for honey guava, because it is still not included in the list of the farming and this Indonesia. And that is the reason one. But the second one is related with the pesticide and the pest attack from the farmers. Actually, farmers with the fruit product or milk product, they are always afraid and always take less production because attack from the fruit flies. So my biopesticide is one solution for them. How to replant or how to reduce the attack from the fruit flies in here. And the fruit flies not just for honey guava, but also for another fruits. Thank you.
Any questions for Dr.
Okay, very nice.
Very nice with that you successfully the research, and looking forward for the nice results coming months, hopefully. Okay.
Thank you very much. Applause.
So, based on the schedule, it's supposed to be Dr. Andika. Dr. Andika is already here. Okay, yeah. But then we probably go to Dr. Evita. And Dr. Evita
is from
Department of Microbiology, Faculty of Medicine USU, and of course, the wastewater. A lot of microbes are there, and could probably the
antimicrobial resistance, right? The wastewater. So that it's really related to the global health because using the antibiotics in the
for our
human use or for the
farming and go to the wastewater, and then it can also affect the resistance of antimicrobial in the microbes in the wastewater. And yeah, please, Dr. Evita, looking forward to your project presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Iwan, for the introduction. And thank you for the audience for this opportunity as well. So I want to introduce my project, which is consists of members of the team as well. So the title is Wastewater Surveillance of Salmonella, Poliovirus, Rotavirus from Delhi River, and also from wastewater treatment plant, one of the wastewater treatment plant in Medan City. First, maybe some of you think why we choose wastewater for the team here. Actually, because we want to explore the experiments that has a correlation with global health here. So we think this is quite a new topic that also a hot topic right now. And also because wastewater pathogen surveillance can use as early warning for any pathogen in the environment. So maybe this is a quite interesting topic right now. And also I need to enhance that this type of surveillance can monitor pathogen from large populations with only a single sample. So many people think that this is quite economical for this kind of monitoring of pathogen. In the Asia, actually, the wastewater environment surveillance priorities from the residential area, and top three prioritized sampling sites are from the wastewater treatment plant, manholes, including manholes, and also from freshwater, which includes the rivers as well. And the top 5 pathogens that are interesting here are SARS-CoV-2, and also the topic of antibacterial resistant in bacteria, influenza, poliovirus, and salmonella. So, of course, we know here we have a collaboration between USU and SDGSI. So we both institutions support each other in terms of to make these projects succeed, and we can report a proper result. So from the introduction, you know now that our sampling sites are from the Delhi River for the wastewater, and also from the wastewater treatment plant, one of the wastewater treatment plant in Medan City. We choose Delhi River because it's the largest river in Medan City, and we focused our sampling sites from the locations that are close to Medan City Center. There are some problems in this location that we want to know. Hopefully we can answer some of them from the result of this study. Some of the problems are how are the waste and water management in the Medan City, of course, and also the correlation with the population density And also, we know that many areas here are vulnerable to flooding. That can be some kind of ways to transmit diseases, many of diseases. And for the demographics data, we already taken samples, and we conclude the data. We have the data now. Minimum sample size actually around 384 using the statistical formula. And these are the inclusion criteria of how we decide the respondents, taken respondents. We took the respondents from that are have a house residence in around 100 meters from the river bank, and only one representative of the family there. And we include some of only the sub-districts that close to the city center, that are Medan Barat, Medan Johor, Medan Maimun, and Medan Putisa. We can see the location here. Medan Barat, sorry. Kebalik eh. Sorry. Medan Johor, Medan Maimun, and Medan Petisa. We didn't include Medan Polonia because the location very not too populated for the residential areas that close to the river bank. So only these four. I actually want to point it using this, but I don't know how. Sorry. Maybe I'll just talk. Sorry. And now we can analyze the data, and I made these characteristics of the respondents that we took. So most of them are at the upper secondary level of education, with this kind of occupations, and most of them are the permanent residents in this area. And most of the residents has a private toilet actually, but many of these residential areas doesn't have septic tank. So where there is no septic tank in these residential areas, they all will discharge their waste, including human waste, to the river. And most of them take the refill water. We call it in Medan galon, air galon, for drinking water source. And their water source, actually, most of them have the PDAM, which is the water company in Medan City. And many of them also have the well source for water, which is the type of with type borehole well. And from these samples, the respondents, we know that most of them has resident area or house around 29 or 30 meters from the river. And these are the activities that they do every day, or maybe sometimes in the river, including washing clothes, bath, defecating, and also throwing their waste or rubbish to the river. And the types of rubbish that they discharge to the river, most of them doesn't even filter it. So they just throw all kind of rubbish to the river. And this is the vaccination history. So many of them doesn't know their vaccination history actually. And of course, most of them have this COVID-19 vaccination. And these vaccination types are the types of vaccination that including in the government program. And about their medical history, most of them has hypertension and diabetes, and also they know GERD. So this is the sample where we plan to take water sample right there in Hamdan Village, Medan, in Medan Maimun sub-district. We will take the sample one each 2 weeks, 1 per 2 weeks. And also from the Cemara wastewater treatment plant.
Dr. Vita, your time is almost over,
Okay.
so 1 minute left, please.
Thank you. And these are the locations that covered by or served by the Cemara wastewater treatment plant. And this the area that we will take samples from the Cemara wastewater treatment plant, from the inlet and also from the outlet. We can compare the result later because from the inlet we will take samples that directly through from the septic tank of the households, and from the outlet we possibly can examine how they process or treat this waste later. And this is the timeline for the research. And sorry. Also, this is the research team, and Dr. Vincent is the representative of the Think Health and Global Health Institute. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Vita. It's actually very interesting research. So, really looking forward what are in our wastewater, right? So then, probably if we are having swimming in the river, probably something really horrible inside there. So we should know when Dr. Vita finished the research. Is it that we are hoping, right?
So, okay, thank you very much. So we can continue the next speaker, Dr. Saka. Yeah. And actually, I'm also working together in this project with Dr. Saka. So I will help him very much. Explain about the project. Yeah, so Dr. Saka, Dr. Saka is from pharmacology department. She is a specialist in clinical pharmacology. So she is interested in tuberculosis, which is really a problem nowadays. And also, you remember one of the quick win program of our president, the Astar. So the title is about how the albuterol is used in neuropathy when we are treating the tuberculosis patient. Yeah, Dr. Saka, is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Iwan. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much to the committee for giving me the opportunity to present our project. The title is our project
is Understanding the Incidence of Ethambutol-Induced Optic Neuropathy in Pulmonary Tuberculosis Patient. So this is a cohort study in Sumatra Utara Province, Indonesia. This project is a collaboration from Singapore and USU. As a principal investigator from Singapore is Professor Baram Kobe, and me, Dr. Sake Julie Martina, as a co-principal investigator from USU. So why we choose this topic? Because as we know that in Indonesia, TB remains a serious public health issue. According to the Global TB Report, in 2024, Indonesia ranks second in the world for the TB burden after India. And it is estimated that there are 1,090,000 TB cases and 125,000 deaths annually, which mean approximately 14 deaths every hour. So this statistic implies the urgency of increasing prevention and treatment effort across Indonesia. And North Sumatra is estimated to occupy the third position after West Java and East Java, with an estimated number of cases reaching 74,3,400. So this data show an increasing trend to pulmonary TB cases in North Sumatra, which requires a more effective control strategy. So why ethambutol? Yeah, we know that tuberculosis infection is a case about the tuberculosis bacteria, and we have agreed that TB prevalence is still high in Indonesia, especially in North Sumatra. And in Indonesia, we have the treatment regimen, and one of the drug is the ethambutol. So our focus in the project to monitoring about the ethambutol, we know that in the new cases, so in the category 1, the patient get the isoniazid, rifampicin, ethambutol, and pyrazinamide for 2 months. And in the evidence base, we know that ethambutol is leading to ethambutol optic neuropathy, which is often irreversible. So this is a permanent. It's a growing public health concern, I think. And I think we, all of us is agree to this is the big issue. And although the incidence of ethambutol-induced optic neuropathy has been reported to range from less 5%, so I think it is less, but however, the incidence is relatively unknown in Indonesia due to scarcity of the report studies. Furthermore, no safe dose of ethambutol has been reported. So although the incidence is relatively low, ethambutol-induced optic neuropathy result in irreversible optic nerve damage, we may lead to permanent visual loss. And our goal in this study is to investigate the incidence of optic neuropathy and if development of toxicity correlates with drug dose alone or if genetic factor may also play a role. This is our methodology. So we collaboration with the primary health care in Medan. So maybe we can join with the more than 15 primary health care, yeah, we call puskesmas in Indonesia. First, we collect newly diagnosed patient with pulmonary TB. So this is only to the newly patient TB. And then we can get the screening. So we do the baseline screening assessment with the Ishihara test for color vision, contrast sensitivity, visual acuity measurement, confrontation test for visual field, and evaluation of any pre-exciting eye condition. So if the patient have the visual disturbance, we exclude. And the number of subject is very big, I think, because there have 1,000 patients without any pre-exciting ocular condition. And after we choose this patient to be our subject, we will follow the patient when they consume the regimen TB, and after 2 months follow-up, we will check, we will measurement again with the same examination, yeah, with the Ishihara, contrast, visual constant, etc. And if they have the visual disturbance, we choose 40%. Why we choose 40%? Because in evidence base, ethambutol-induced optic neuropathy may occur less than 5%. So we choose 4% from the 1,000. This is a 4 patient. But to be the control, we use the patient without optic neuropathy, and we will matching. So we are matching in this patient with the visual disturbance. Maybe we match about the sex and about the body weight and others. And then we will choose to get the examination OCT. So ocular nephrotoxic can be to diagnose only by OCT. And we will do collaboration with the one hospital in Medan who have the OCT requirement, because not all the hospital in Medan have the OCT. Okay. So after the patient have the OCT, the patient will be to collect the sample blood, and we will to check the concentration of ethambutol in the serum. And so we will to know about how is the concentration in the blood. If the clinical, we can get the visual disturbance. And then, for to know about the genetic for the patient, because we know that maybe the toxicity can be done because the genetic in the individual. So we collect a blood sample, and we extract the DNA, and we will to check the pharmacokinetic and genotyping test for this patient. Okay, so the significance of study is 1, investigating the true burden of ethambutol-induced optic neuropathy in a high TB prevalence setting. And the second, providing clinical insight on serum ethambutol levels and optic toxicity risk in real-world patients. And the third, highlighting genetic variation in drug response among the diverse population of North Sumatra. And the fourth, supporting safer evidence-based TB protocols in Indonesia and informing health policies in low, middle income country setting. Yeah, because our country is still in this country, okay? And the last, impact on global health. First, introducing a safer and more personalized TB treatment approaching in high burden countries. And the second, reducing fission-related treatment dropout in TB patient through early monitoring strategies. And the third, advancing pharmacogenomic application for tailored therapies in resource-limited setting. And the last, strengthening global health system through data-driven TB management models in LMICs. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saka. Very on time presentations. I think you really put the timer on your head. Yeah? It took you like 10 minutes. Okay, thank you. So, yeah, Dr. Andika, please. So the next, the last presenter for the RCC research project presentations is Dr. Andika. So from Department of Pulmonology. Yeah, I think it's similarly to the one that he presented in during the summer course. It's about the COPD. So and it's a continuous research, yeah, to find more data, to elaborate more data to clinical setting, and then to find how to prevent and how to get more prevention, and also from the point of view, of the perspective of public health. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Ikhwan, for the brief introduction. So it is my turn, the last turn. So we are moving from Dr. Saka, we are talking about tuberculosis, and to the other side of pulmonary disease, that is a COPD. So my research is about the impact of air pollution and climate changes in hospitalization due to COPD exacerbation. What I would like to perform is the geospatial epidemiology, and hopefully can be a mixed method with a qualitative study. So why is it important? We are now talking about global warming, we are now talking about climate change. Does it have any impact on pulmonary disease? The answer is actually yes, because air pollution is a critical environmental issue affecting global health. Now, we're talking about global warming. We all realize that Medan nowadays is very hot. It is not only hot, it is burning. Now, is that the burning condition of the temperature of Medan related to the COPD? That will be explained by the finding of this study. So the pollutants, air pollution in a big city, Jakarta, Surabaya, Medan, is one of the crucial issues when we're talking about pulmonary disease, like PM 2.5, nitric oxide, sulfur dioxide, they will all harm the lungs and the heart and affecting vulnerable groups, particularly COPD patients, which are predominantly are older age. So there is a very strong scientific evidence that is linking air pollution to not only to the development but also to the worsening and to induce exacerbation in COPD. Now, it is estimated that among COPD patients, 50% of the COPD is at least in part related to air pollution, particularly in a developing country like Indonesia. So these are the parameters of air pollution, including PM 2.5, PM10, nitric oxide, sulfur dioxide, and ozone. These are the parameters that are produced by biomass, diesel, transportation vehicle, and some other things. Also, we are talking about smoke from wood, charcoal, and many other things. Now, when we're talking about global warming, like what happens in Medan today, the very hot temperature will induce all the pollutant will mark up, elevate into the free air. So there will be a high level of PM 2.5, PM10, and those particles will be inhaled to the lungs and will contribute to the severity of the COPD. On the diagram in the right lower part, we can see that there are many particles. PM10 and PM2.5 can be inhaled into our lungs, and it will reach the alveoli, and it will destroy our alveoli, and it will induce COPD. And in COPD patients, those pollutants will induce exacerbation and the worsening of COPD. These are the immunologic mechanism on how those pollutants can induce the worsening of COPD. Those pollutants will induce the activation of inflammatory mediators like neutrophil, and eosinophil that will harm our pulmonary architecture, and it will destroy our alveoli. So the aim of this study, we would like to identify is there any correlation between climate and air pollution determinants that could correlate with the hospitalization due to COPD exacerbation. So there are two parameters, climate parameters and air pollution parameters. When we're talking about the climate, we're talking about temperature, precipitation, humidity, and light intensity. And when we're talking about air pollution, we're talking about PM 2.5, PM10, SO2, CO, and NO2. So these are the study design. Among all the patients that are hospitalized, we are going to identify air pollution parameters and climate parameters, and we are performing geospatial epidemiology from 2019 up to 2024. So we would like to compare the pollution before pandemic, during COVID-19 pandemic, and after COVID-19 pandemic. And we distribute Medan into 4 sites, and these are the 4 sites. 4 sites of Medan we are distributed into site 1, those are industrial site in Medan, and site 2, that is the suburban area of Medan, and then site 3 is the downtown area, and site 4 is the heavily populated area. So we would like to compare in those 4 areas, is there any different pattern of air pollution, and is that the pollution affecting the COPD exacerbation of those patients? Now, I'm going to give a little bit of, this study is still undergoing, but there are several results that already we analyzed, and these are some sneak peek of the results. The sneak peek of the result, we can identify the PM 2.5 will always increase every April and every October in every year. So every year, April and October will be the increase of all air pollution parameters. So when we analyze what happened in April and what happened in October, it turns out to be a transitional season between wet season and a dry season, and those are the moment where the pollution parameters will rise up. And does it have any correlation with the COPD exacerbation? Now, in USU Hospital, right in front of our building right now, we have already obtained the results, and the result is there are strong correlation. The p-value is 0.01, and the Spearman correlation, the R is 0.538, means a moderate up to strong correlation between PM 2.5 and COPD exacerbation. Let's see the upper part of the diagram. That is the diagram in 2023. Every time PM 2.5 increase, the COPD case also increase in every month. So the pattern is very beautiful. We can see that the up and down is very linear between pollution parameters and COPD exacerbation in the hospital. This is the data from USU Hospital that we have already obtained, and we are planning to do the same in 4 other sites in Medan, and hopefully we can identify is there any strong correlation between climate parameters and pollution parameters with COPD exacerbation. If we could identify this, we can identify the risk factors so that in the future we could mitigate the risk factor to develop COPD exacerbation for our patient, and then we can reduce the economic challenges, the health burden challenges of all the patients. So those are the resume and the summary of my study. Hopefully we can finish this study this year so that we can obtain the result later. Thank you, Dr. Iwan. Back to Dr. Iwan as moderator.
Thank you very much, Dr. Andika. It's also like a lot of people in Medan. That's no wonder, yeah, why the patients of COPD is increasing. Yeah, so I think we have, we still have 2 minutes. So Dr. Inka, probably we can ask the comments of the participants about all the projects that has been presented. So any comments or any questions, interests or whatever, anybody would like to give comments? Dr. Suna, yeah, please. The microphone, do we have, this one is not on, but Dr. Suna can use mine. Oh, no word.
Okay, Okay, Assalamualaikum. That was a very interesting presentation from, I would like to ask Dr. Eka actually. A very interesting presentation because we know that most of our disease is actually from what we eat. So the one that I saw on your presentation, how you want to move it into the healthy nutrition, and then I also saw Daniel is one of your team, right? Daniel is the one who also worked with me during my startup. So I was thinking, because mostly when we think from the perspective of economics, so but this one is from the perspective of health, and you want to combine it with the economics also, right? So what would you suggest for this? Because in the short term, usually like for farmers, they only think like, oh, in the short term, I want to gain a big, and then I don't want to see for the long term. So in your, I think you're going to also build a startup or something like that? Building a startup or like kooperasi or something like that? Oh, okay. So I was thinking in your intervention, because you already met all those farmers, right? So during your focus group discussion with them, in your idea and how they combine and understanding your idea, what would be the perspective for the long-term application for this? Because you're trying to build something for the long term, like the sustainable.
Thank you, Suna. Okay, thank you for your question. It is interesting asking about how I do this research. At the first, how I get the collaboration with the provider, this is a simple way. You come in with a good purpose. That is the first time we produce who we are, and we are giving the story about our research first and coming to them. And actually we have to choose the real and the executive place that related with our research. So the communication will be continued, and they are understand, and they are say yes for me, and they come in. Actually, I needed this research for party, the first. When we require not doing the party because it's the dominant in Indonesia. But because our innovation is not to party, but this is very related about health, is related with the food, and my innovation is just for and I have to get the number that I found my oxalates can to be the insecticide and also the repellent for fruit flies. So there is, we have to really explain to them about our innovation first. And then our next thing, and actually here the interesting one, because it's talking how to bring the farmers to be the precision agriculture. It is related with the program for the stakeholder. And challenges here, the district also didn't have to do anything about the precision. So they are interested. It is a new one. It is an innovation. So it is. It's possible for me to ask them to collaborate. And why this is not the farmers always thinking about the economy. It's great. The biopesticide is a difficult innovation that by the farmers because it is so very long-term innovation. But in here, we still starting. We are starting for them how to do the new one. So the biopesticide, although it is a long period, but it is the starting point for the agent of change. So this is maybe motivation for them. And I think, although it is difficult, but it is our first year to review them, because it is not simple. I have to say before, it's not simple, it's not easy. Maybe another question that I can answer. Complete. Thank you. Good luck with your project.
Thank you, Dr. Eka. So I think with that, that's the end of our
for today. I hope you enjoy and that you could be motivated and inspired by looking at our projects that we thought would be impactful to our region. And why we are doing this? Because we are hopeful that perhaps by identifying issues that we have in the region, we can also collaborate together. So you can come up or you can ask some advice from our researchers in USU, so we can strengthen our partnership in the region.
And before I close, I think I'm just going to give some announcement. Tomorrow is the last day that we will be here at USU. So there is a slight change of time. We will start earlier. We won't be starting at 8:30, but we will start at 8. So we can finish early and we can go to Lake Toba, which is going to be very nice. So please bring your luggage to those who are coming with us with the bus. So bring your luggage before 8, and then you can keep your luggage on the first floor. There is a meeting room, and
Deepa will be waiting just right in front of the meeting room, so you will pass the room before you go to the lift. So bring your luggage, and then second, we will be leaving at 1:30 sharp. And because tomorrow is Friday, we will have the Friday prayer first. So to those who miss the Friday prayer, please have your lunch before Friday prayer.
because we don't want to arrive in
Arrive in Midland too late. We will need to take a boat across to the island, to Somerset Island. So we will want to arrive by 5:30. So we will need to leave at 1:30. And also bring your comfortable shoes. We will be walking a little bit from the
Port.
Here. Yeah, this ones. We will need to walk about 15 minutes. And during the day, it can be warm. We also give the t-shirt, like all participants, please bring your t-shirt, wear your t-shirts on Saturday, not tomorrow, but on Saturday.
Green.
But bring in mind, it can be very windy and the temperature could drop like to 18. So, please be prepared. I think that's it, like for the announcement. Oh yeah, and then like in the morning, so we will start at 8, and then we will visit the lab. Like the group divided into 3 groups, and each group will be visit different lab. Because we don't have enough time to visit all the labs. From our past experience, like all groups visited all the 3 labs, we didn't get the most experience. So we are going to split to visit different labs and we will share their experience as well. So this is the group not for the labs. This is the group for Somerset Island. So please look like in each group there will be about 4 to 5 people, and there will be one facilitator. Well, we'll give you this because we will ask you to assess the situation in each household, in their environment, and also in the business. Then we will ask that we will give it to you tomorrow afternoon. We will review when we arrive in Somerset. So in the morning we can start visiting the house. And while collecting the data, someone will have to summarize them and prepare the presentation. So if you have if you know which one is your group, someone has to bring a laptop. You need to use the laptop to sit and the one taking notes, and we can decide to do the example. Okay? Is there any? All good? Okay, because we finish early, you can enjoy the rest of the day. Some of you coming from outside Medan, visit Medan to some sightseeing or just and we have ice cream just before we go. Okay, thank you very much.
Sarma juga dari
Baik, Dr. Inke.
Say cheese.
Boleh rapat lagi dok? Biar rapat lagi. Serong.
Semuanya.
Mereng sedikit. Aku mau nomor. Untuk hantar. Satu dua. Penempatan kerja penting. Iya. Oke 1 2. Sekali lagi 1 2 3. Oke sih bebas dulu ya. Bebas 1 2.
Oh ya, serta saya tadi lupa bilang yang bawa mobil sendiri, kita